Speaker.
Let us pray. Almighty God, where you have called us to govern this province, we ask your help to make decisions and laws that will be just and will promote the interest of our people. Almagtige God, ons bid dat u gedurende ons vergaderings ons die nodige wysheid sal gee en ons motiewe suiwer sal hou en dat u al ons tekortkominge aan u te oorkom en al ons besluite aan u op te dra. Sikalele ilizwe letu na balo bantu umusili ukulunga kwipondo letu. Unkosi sikilele i Afrika kina abantwana bayo bukela inkokole zayo yanike ikolo i Afrika. All this we beg in your name. Members, you may be seated. Honorable members, as has been our practice today, that honorable members will participate in this sitting via the chamber as well as our online hybrid system, and our rules have been accordingly amended to accommodate such sittings. I trust that members are familiar with the relevant rules. Let me take this opportunity to welcome those in the gallery. I believe we have guests from my hometown in Mitchell's Plain. I trust that you will feel welcomed into our chamber, but also guests on my left-hand side. Thank you for your attendance here today and also those that are joining online. Members, before I recognize the Chief Whip, last week I've undertaken to revert back to the House based on a point of order raised by the Chief Whip. I've been very deliberate in order to do this from the onset. And I would like to take this opportunity to guide the House on the application of the standing rules pertaining to motions. Over the past few sittings, numerous valid points of orders were raised on the contents of notices by members. This was as a result of an unfortunate trend that has developed where notices given by members are inordinately lengthy, contain motivations in the motion itself, contains quotations and statements not necessary to make a proposal, not necessary to make a proposed resolution. Also, the anticipation of discussion of a matter appearing on the order paper and dealing with matters falling outside of the mandate of the WCPP, to name but a few. In short, certain notices of motions are simply a flagrant transgression of our rules and of the established practice in the WCPP and the broader legislative family. I have, as I've indicated last week, referred this particular matter to the recently established subcommittee of the Rules Committee for an in-depth discussion and consideration and possible amendment to the rules if deemed necessary. For now, honorable members, motions should be short, clear, and precise and consistent. Motions must be short, clear, and precise and consist of a clear and succinct proposal for the House to consider. Any motivation should be avoided and only put forward when the House debates or considers the proposal. Furthermore, motions should be in the form of a proposal made by a member in the form of a draft resolution that the House do something, order something to be done, or express an opinion on some matter. In addition, Rule 64, the rule of anticipation, and Rule 149, same question rule, apply when it comes to motions. Rule 153 of the standing rules empowers the Speaker to amend or otherwise deal with motions that offend against the practices or the rules. In the interest of orderly debate and the principle of fair consideration of the proposal to the House, I've requested the Secretary to ensure that our rules are complied with in this regard and that the necessary guidance be provided to support staff of political parties if such assistance is required. Honourable members, in short, I've indicated the subcommittee has already been established. Motions and rules will be ventilated and discussed. Our practice moving forward is for us to maintain the rules as far as motions are concerned. I thus order. I now recognize that I see the leader of the official opposition.
Chair, thank you, and thank you for your guidance, Chair. Just to indicate, I think, as you have admitted, the rules itself are not very, very clear. So the guidance that you have given that the subcommittee ought to engage on this matter, I think it just as a point of so that we don't stifle each other here. We're going to have to, we also don't want frivolous objections, because simply when you put a motion, you say, do you object or do you support? But we do not want frivolous, because the way you have ruled now can be open to interpretation in terms of how members are now going to interact with motions. Even if those criteria of yours have been met, I can guarantee you there are going to still be members saying, no, it is still out of order. So I'm just putting that out there. How you have ruled, we understand, we take it. I'm not opposing the ruling, but I'm indicating that we must just be careful that we don't stifle debate and that the subcommittee is empowered to really do its work in this regard, like on many other issues where the rules are a little bit loose. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before I recognize the second point of order, in order to deal with this effectively, today, the motions that were submitted will be read out in the House, and the House will make a decision to either approve or to object against it. Moving forward, the work that myself and the Speaker and the table staff will do is to engage political parties beforehand, so that we can then inform the relevant member that because the motion is worded in a certain manner, we will rather give advice and guidance in that regard, but we will then provide you with the relevant rules as well. Hence, I've indicated earlier on that if it deems necessary, the rules in that regard could be amended. I trust that members find this in order. Now, I don't need to recognize you, Member Nkontlo. Thank you. I now recognize the Chief Whip.
Good afternoon, Honourable Deputy Speaker. And in that same spirit, I would also like to extend a very warm welcome to all the guests in the gallery, specifically the community members joining us, as well as the leadership of the various traditional groupings. Deputy Speaker, like you've said, I'm a student of procedure, so I'm going to take this opportunity to use this as a learning opportunity and introduce a motion using your rules. So therefore, I'd like to rise on Rule 22, that notwithstanding those two rules, that precedence be given to the subject for discussion in the name of Honourable G. Marez from the Freedom Front Plus. I so move.
Before I put the question to the House, allow me to indicate it is not my rules. It is the rules of this august House that all members have agreed to. But thank you so much, Chief Whip. Members, I put the question to the House. Is there any objections to the motion being moved? There's no objections. Agreed to. I now recognize the Honourable Maree, who has put forward our subject of discussion for today, that the House discuss the possible negative implications of the Traditional Leaders and Khoisan Act of 2019 vis-a-vis Section 30, 31, and 235 of the National Constitution and the Western Cape Constitution with a view to adopt a position in the interest of cultural minorities. I now recognize the Honorable G. Murray.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the House for this opportunity and remind South Africans that as a new nation born in 1994, we were inspired by a coat of arms depicting Khoisan figures symbolically. But after more than 30 years of democracy, Khoisan descendants are still in their freedom struggle for justice, recognition, and restitution. The Traditional Leaders and Khoisan Act fails to expand on the constitutional provisions of Section 30, Section 31, and Sections 235, and it remains constitutionally invalid. Further, it reduces the Khoisan and Griqua traditional leaders to mere beggars for recognition and denies them any authority over territory. Yet, Section 235 explicitly states territorial self-determination to any group that shares a common language and cultural heritage. Now, the historical heritage of the Griqua people to Griqualand East and Griqualand West is long overdue for restitution. But without formal recognition by the national government and by the Western Cape Premier, they cannot pursue a class action in terms of reclaiming ancestral land. Speaker, Section 30 of the National Constitution states that everyone has a right to use their language and participate in their cultural life of their choice. And in reality, the provincial education system denies Afrikaans-speaking children their right to choose Afrikaans because of a lack of opportunities to have an Afrikaans classroom. The Bella Act is an attempt, Speaker, at cultural and linguistic genocide of Afrikaans, the Anglicization of our country. It was Afrikaans speakers who died in the Anglo-Boer War. They died fighting the British imperialist domination. Therefore, all Afrikaans speakers deserve their independence again because they died not as terrorists, but as soldiers. Speaker, despite the repeal of the Registrations Population Act of 1950, they continue to be called colored, which is a derogatory term and should be declared a crime, just as the K word. Colored people, by definition, it states you're not white nor black. It doesn't say who you are. It's a racist term that places Malays, the Khoi, the San, the Griqua into one category. This is a grave injustice and a denial of cultural diverse identities. The Freedom Front Plus calls for the provincial referendum to be held to allow for self-identification of those who identify themselves as Khoi or San, as Griqua or Malay, whatever they may decide their cultural heritage to be. Now, the Western Cape Cultural Commission has largely been ineffective, Speaker, to address the needs and the concerns of the Khoi. They hardly mention Griqua, San, or Khoi in any of their documents, but they are a department focusing on cultural minorities. Speaker, the Group Areas Act dumped our people into the Cape Flats. There has been no restitution no restoration of the colored people to lands that they have lost, their right to be restored, their right to self-determination, their right to claim their identity has not been acknowledged in this House. And I want the government of the Western Cape and the parties here present today to make it clear, do the DA just fight for individuals, or do you fight for cultural minorities in South Africa who put you in the power seat for the past few years? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Marie. I recognize the Minister, Minister Simmers.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Premier, members of the Cabinet, honorable members of the House, citizens and those who are from the traditional community of the Western Cape, physically present here, but also online. We have had a tough and at times passionate debate on the Traditional Leaders in Khoisan's Act in the previous term. And allow me therefore to reflect on what has emerged so far, and I think which may well play itself out in this chambers today. This House is united in recognizing the deep historical injustices suffered by the Khoi, the San, and the Griqua people, and in affirming the importance of protecting cultural communities in our province. There is no disagreement in this House that recognition of the Khoi, San, and Griqua leadership is long overdue. The real question before us is whether this Act, as drafted by the national government, delivers on that recognition in a way that is consistent with our constitutional order, or whether it actually undermines it. As highlighted in past debates, and we may well see so here too today, the Act places recognition almost entirely in the hands of the national executive. It risks imposing a centralized, uniform model, when in fact our constitution, both the national and provincial one, envisions diversity, subsidiarity, and community-driven cultural expression. The national constitution in section 30 and 31 safeguards the right of individuals and communities to practice their language and culture. Section 235 recognizes the right of cultural communities to self-determination within a united South Africa. The Western Cape Constitution goes even further, explicitly requiring this province to promote cultural diversity, cultural heritage, and the protection of minorities. But importantly, we in the Western Cape already have mechanisms such as the Western Cape Cultural Commission and the Cultural Councils, which are designed to give expression to exactly these values. These institutions exist to promote and protect the cultural rights of communities, advise on heritage policy, and ensure that the voices of cultural minorities in our province are heard. National legislation, like the Traditional Leaders in Khoisan's Act, should be working with these structures, not against them, complementing their role rather than duplicating or actually eroding it. The Democratic Alliance in our province position has always been clear. We support the recognition of traditional and Khoisan leadership as part of correcting historic marginalization. But we cannot support recognition that comes at the cost of genuine autonomy or that sidelines existing provincial structures that already safeguard cultural rights. Recognition must empower our communities, not reduce them to subjects of centralized bureaucracy. The DA believes that cultural rights are not privileges conferred by the state, but fundamental human rights that the state must respect and protect. Where the Act undermines this principle, we must challenge it in this province. And we must actively use institutions like the Western Cape Cultural Council to champion the rights of all cultural minorities in our province. Honorable Deputy Speaker, let us all be clear in this House. Unity in South Africa is not about forcing sameness or similarities, but about respecting and recognizing our differences as a society. The Khoisan, the Griqua, and all cultural minorities must know that this House, unlike the national government and its toying around with this issue, stands with them in word and in deed, to actually ensure their rightful place in our constitutional order. And it's time that the national government now starts finalizing the process of recognizing all our minorities. I say this because as a Griqua, I am proud of my cultural heritage, but I also want my own nation to get the recognition they so rightly deserve. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I recognize the Honorable Stoffel.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, the indigenous people of our land present here today, and the people of the Western Cape at large. Today, we debate an important matter in our province and country, the Traditional Khoisan Leadership Act. Honorable Speaker, it must be noted that we are having this debate in a province that still has public facilities and spaces carrying the most degrading colonized slur, the H words. How can we talk about justice and the recognition of Khoisan people when we have the Hottentot Holland High School and the H Hospital in Somerset West? And how can we talk about dignity when the very mountains of this province are still called the Hottentot Holland Mountains and the Hottentot Holland Nature Reserve, which are advertised proudly on the provincial government website? This is an insult to the indigenous people of this land. Die ANC doen 'n beroep vir die dringende benaming van hierdie plekke. Geen volk kan in waarheid herstel word terwyl hulle onderdrukkers se skeldwoorde vir ewig word in die geografiese instelling van hierdie provinsie nie. Agbare Speaker, die armoede waarmee die Khoi en San gemeenskappe gekonfronteer word is diep. Baie woon in werksklas woonbuurte met oorvol skole, swak infrastruktuur, geen toegang tot grond nie. Erkenning sonder regstelling is leeg. Verder doen ons 'n beroep op die inheemse van ons land om te verenig. Die Khoi en San het eenheid nodig. Vir te lank het die verdeeldheid hulle gesamentlike stem verswak. 'n Verenigde leierskap sal hierdie wet 'n lewende instrument maak en verseker dat die regering hulle nie kan ignoreer nie. Die ANC sal ook voortgaan om te druk vir die volle implementering van die tradisionele Khoi en San leierskapwet as 'n instrument van erkenning en bemagtiging. Ons eis dat die provinsiale regering ophou sloer, ophou wegkruip agter technicaliteite en begin om Khoi en San leiers weer formeel te erken. Ons sal voortgaan om te pleit dat erfenisterreine bewaar word, dat talle soos Nama herleef word en dat rassistiese oorblyfsels in hierdie provinsie verwyder word. Ons kan nie hierdie debat voer sonder om oor hierdie geskiedenis te praat nie. Die Khoi en San was die eerste wat teen oneniging weerstand gebied het. Toe Jan van Riebeeck in 1652 aan wal gekom het, helde soos David Stuurman het opstande gelei, Krotoa het 'n kulturele brug in onstuimige tye gedien. Tog is hulle grond afgeneem, hulle beeste vernietig, hulle tale onderdruk en hulle leierskapstrukture ontken. Die armoede, werkloosheid en die onderdrukking wat ons vandag sien is nie toevallig nie. Dit is die direkte gevolg van hierdie onteiening. Artikel 30 en 31 van ons grondwet waarborg die reg van elke individu en gemeenskap om hulle taal te gebruik, hulle kultuur te beoefen en hulle tradisies uit te leef. Artikel 235 bevestig die reg van kultuurgemeenskappe tot selfbeskikking binne in ons demokratiese raamwerk. Hierdie regte is nie teoreties nie, dit is bindend. Die tradisionele Khoi en San leierwetskap was bedoel om dit te verwenslik deur leierskap te erken, toegang tot hulpbronne oop te maak en deelname aan die regering te verseker. Tog in die Weskaap het die DA-geleide provinsiale regering erkenning vertraag en belemmer. Die proses om die Khoi San leierskapwet in te implementeer is pynlik stadig in die Weskaap. Hierdie provinsie het hierdie wet behandel asof dit opsioneel is en nie dringend is nie. Dit is 'n skande vir die Wes-Kaapse regering. Die eerste nasie 30 jaar na demokrasie steeds wag vir die formele erkenning van sy leiers in hierdie provinsie. Worse still, Honorable Speaker, the DA government have been complicit in the destruction and sacred heritage. We must condemn the strongest term in the building of the Amazon headquarters at the sacred confluence of the Lisbeek and Black Rivers. This land is sacred to the Khoi and San people. It is the site of the Battle of Gorina Haikwa, commonly known as the Battle of Salt River, which happened on 1st March 1510. Building this project on such a sacred ground is an insult to the Khoi and San people. The DA put profit and foreign cooperation ahead of indigenous dignity and heritage. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I draw the House attention to the demand of the traditional leaders in the Western Cape, specifically the San leadership of South Africa and the Bonom Klesebi, diversity traditional community leaders in the indigenous coin. They demand the immediate establishment of a provincial house of traditional leaders in the Western Cape, as is the case in other provinces. They also call for constitutional and legislative clarity, explicit recognition of their identity, restoration of land rights, guaranteed representation in decisions affecting them, and the preservation of their languages, culture, and knowledge.
Kindly conclude, member.
Similar, the Umkresebi Council has formally complained about the DA government refusal to recognize them. This House must listen and act extensive promise of democracy to all who call this land home without exception.
Thank you so much, Member Stoffel. Let me also welcome the leaders that have since joined us. I trust that you will feel welcomed. Honorable members, we will proceed via the online platform, and I recognize the Honorable Constable.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and good afternoon, everyone. Today we deliberate on a matter that should long have been debated in this House. This is not merely a technical or administrative question. It is a constitutional, cultural, and moral one. Section 30 of our national constitution guarantees every person the right to use the language and participate in the cultural life of their choice. Section 31 goes further, affirming the right of cultural, religious, and linguistic communities to enjoy their cultural practice, their religion, and use their language together with other members of that community. Section 235 recognizes the right of self-determination of communities sharing a common cultural and language heritage within the framework of the Republic. The Khoisan and other cultural minorities in this province have for generations carried the scars of exclusion. Their languages have been eroded, their practices sidelined, and their contributions too often ignored. The Western Cape Constitution itself places an obligation on us to recognize the province's cultural and linguistic diversity and to promote its expression as fundamental part of our heritage. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the interests of cultural minorities cannot be questioned, delayed, or treated as a matter of convenience. Their constitutional rights must be implemented with the same urgency, energy, and passion as those of any other cultural group. Equality before the law demands nothing less. The Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act of 2019 must therefore be interrogated against these constitutional provisions. We must ask, does it truly empower, or does it inadvertently silence? Does it preserve language and cultural rights, or does it risk diluting them into bureaucratic process where recognition is at the mercy of political gatekeepers? Honorable Deputy Speaker, this House must adopt a position, one that safeguards the rights of cultural minorities, honors our constitutional framework, and ensures that no community, however small, is denied their rightful place in our democratic tapestry. The time for silence has long passed. The time for recognition, implementation, and justice is now. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Constable. I recognize the Honorable Bryant.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There comes a time when words are no longer enough, when recognition, long promised, long delayed, must be turned into reality. And that time for the Khoisan and the Griqua people of South Africa is now. Today, I stand not just as a member of a political party or as a representative of the Democratic Alliance in the Western Cape, but as someone who believes deeply that our democracy is only as strong as its ability to include those who were for too long excluded. Now, the work being done through the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, and more specifically, the drafting of the Traditional Khoisan Leadership Bill of 2024, is about one simple and powerful idea: dignity. Dignity for communities who are South Africa's first peoples, and yet for centuries were made to feel like strangers in their own land. Dignity not just in words or gestures, but in real constitutional recognition. And this is the point, Deputy Speaker. The Western Cape is not waiting for recognition to come from on high. We're preparing for it, proactively, thoughtfully, and thoroughly, because we understand that if we want inclusion to work, we have to make it work. We have to build the frameworks, write the legislation, establish the systems, and do the work. And that's exactly what the Western Cape government is doing. Deputy Speaker, we've already received 117 applications for recognition. It's nearly half of the entire country's total. From Cape Town to the Winelands, from the Garden Route to the West Coast, communities are stepping forward and saying, we are here, we matter, and we will no longer be invisible. And our responsibility as legislators, as leaders, is to say with clarity and with conviction, yes, we see you, we hear you, and we are ready. But let's be honest, Deputy Speaker. There are those, and we see them, who would take this moment and twist it, who would exploit the pain of the past for the politics of division, who use the language of identity not to include, but to exclude. And this is the danger of populism. It offers the easy answer, the comforting slogan, the quick applause. It tells communities what they want to hear, but it delivers nothing that lasts. It takes genuine grievances and turns them into political theater. Populism doesn't build, it burns. And in the process, it undermines the very democracy it claims to protect. We've seen it elsewhere, across Europe, in America, now increasingly at home. And we must say clearly, firmly, and without apology, not here, not in the Western Cape. We are not interested in performative politics. We are not interested in using minority communities as pawns in a larger ideological game. What we are interested in is building, governing, and delivering. And that's why we'll place emphasis on putting in place functional councils, local and provincial houses, fair elections, dispute mechanisms, and partnerships. And we're doing it not to grab headlines,
Order,
but to get
members.
things done. And we're doing so grounded in the Constitution of South Africa. And yes, in the spirit of the Western Cape's own constitution too. Because, Deputy Speaker, you don't build a united country by ignoring difference. You build a united country by recognizing it, by respecting it, and bringing it into a shared democratic space. It's about saying you can be Khoisan and South African. You can celebrate your heritage and still belong in a modern democracy. In fact, your presence makes that democracy richer, stronger, and more complete. Because a democracy that only works for the majority is not a democracy at all. So yes, Deputy Speaker, this is about justice, but it's also about leadership. Leadership that listens, that plans, and governs, not for the moment, but for the future. It's about cultural and historical justice, but it's also about strengthening communities across the province. That is what the DA stands for. Not the politics of protest, but the politics of progress. Not division, but delivery. Not populism, but principle. And above all, a belief that South Africa belongs to all who live in it. Not as a slogan, but as a contract. I thank Member Marais for bringing this matter to the House and for the debate. And I'm sure that he'd agree that, as the saying goes, if you wish to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. So let's ensure that the focus remains on giving the much-deserved dignity to Khoisan and Griqua communities so that we can build a more inclusive society and not a more divided one. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. We proceed via the hybrid system. I recognize the Honorable Kasim.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity and thank Honourable Marie for initiating such an important discussion relating to the First Nation, who are indeed the original inhabitants of this land and the landowners of the Cape, and who, instead of being embraced and protected by both the provincial and national government, are rather being marginalised and excluded in major decision-making matters of the interest. Deputy Speaker, the Economic Freedom Fighters, in its founding manifesto, not only acknowledges that it was the Khoi and the San people who started the glorious resistance when they rebelled against the settler colonialist, but also the EFF also reiterates its position that the traditional leadership and the Khoisan Act needs to be reintroduced as a matter of urgency, but doing so following due public participation processes. Deputy Speaker, this takes us back to the backdrop of the 2023 decision of the Constitutional Court in Mogale and others versus the Speaker of the National Assembly and others, which found that due process was not followed in passing that legislation, more so when it comes to the aspect of public participation. Deputy Speaker, we live in a country where everyone has the right to self-determination as captured in Section 325 of the South African Constitution. And this also extends to the Khoisan community and its leadership structures. The fact that this community, which is made up of the people of the First Nation, is declared a minority group today in South Africa does not make them minor to an extent that other dominant groups can now go out of their way and create laws governing them without their own input. Deputy Speaker, the first thing you do when making laws that will have any sort of impact on a particular group, and no matter its size, is to approach members of that group and hear them out as to their needs, aims, and aspirations, and then weigh them against the provisions of the Constitution and other laws, and provide them with what is good and right for them whilst acting within the four corners of the law. Section 31 of the Constitution states that people belonging to a particular group or culture cannot be denied the right to enjoy the culture by other community members living side by side with them. It is clear that the Constitution makes such a move unlawful from inception. Deputy Speaker, the position in the Western Cape is even worse, as one can easily come to the conclusion that this important group made up of, once again, the people of the First Nation are not even adequately recognized by those running this province under the governance of the Democratic Alliance. These are the same people whose ancestors arrived in 1652 with the evil intentions of destroying and dispossessing the great nation made up of the Khoi and the San for evil ulterior motives. And the very same people who continue to forcefully remove and evict our colored people from their homes here in the Western Cape. It is now sad that the people of the First Nation are not only still fighting against the intruders alone, but also against those who form part of the descendants, who today makes laws against the people of this great nation without involving them. And as the EFF, we say this cannot be right and will never be right. The people of the First Nation also needs to be heard, as captured in the Latin phrase, Audi alteram partem. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kasim. We remain on the hybrid system, and I recognize the Honorable Brinkhuis.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Al-Jama believes that the protection of minorities and the accountability of majority institutions must go hand in hand. Traditional leadership has a place in our democracy, but never above the supremacy of the Constitution. For that reason, we cannot support a motion that paints the act as wholly negative. Rather, we call for genuine consultation, stronger safeguards, and legislation that reflects the full diversity of our country. One nation, many cultures, united under the Constitution. All parties must accept that the Khoisan is South Africa's First Nations people and have a right to their traditional laws and restitution of ancestral land. What is happening in Theewater's Kloof municipality is gross violation of people's rights to basic services. Withholding basic services from people because they are on land not earmarked for human settlements is in fact negatively impacting on their lives and in contravention of the Constitution. Many of our people living on Knoflokskraal have established themselves as small-scale farmers, creating and making sustainable livelihoods for themselves and their families. I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Brinkhuis. I recognize the Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and also want to thank Honorable Marais for this debate this afternoon. Deputy Speaker, as previous speakers has already said, that the Constitution, Section 30 says everyone has a right to use the language and to participate in the cultural life of their choice, and that is subject to the Bill of Rights. Section 31 also says, protects the rights of persons belonging to a cultural, religious, and linguistic community to enjoy their culture, practice, religion, use of language, and form associations. And it goes on, Deputy Speaker. But Deputy Speaker, if I can say, we must appreciate the rich, diverse, and cultural heritage that makes us all proud South Africans. As was said previously, unity in diversity is our strength. We might debate here today, but ultimately we will have to take hands and ask ourselves, how can I contribute? And I'm talking about political parties with different persuasions. How do we contribute to make this work? Because we must bring people together. We must build a stronger South Africa, a stronger Western Cape. But we cannot use this debate to exclude, but rather to include. More and more, Deputy Speaker, we see the First Nation protesting outside of Parliament, walking the streets. And they must be heard. They must be heard, Deputy Speaker, so that justice can prevail subject to the Constitution of this country and this province. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. I now recognize the Minister, Minister Marais.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'm honored to be part of this important discussion. The constitutional and legislative protections afforded to culture communities is essential for the preservation of culture identity and promotion of our beautiful culture diversity. These protections are echoed by the Western Cape Constitution, which affirms the value of cultural diversity and the imperative to protect cultural minorities. These are not decorative words. They are binding values that must be upheld equally across all communities without fear or favor. Yet we are now witnessing how legislation intended to protect and uplift culture communities is at times being cynically misused by some political actors for opportunistic gain. There are worrying instances where the language of cultural recognition is being twisted into a tool for land grabs, for a promotion of violence, and for dangerous, misguided calls for independence from the South African state. This is not only unconstitutional, but also a betrayal of the culture communities we ought to uplift. Cultural identity must never be weaponized, and no party, no leader should ever exploit legitimate historical grievances to inflame division or instability under the guise of cultural justice. Let us remind ourselves what the Constitution says. Section 30 guarantees the right to participate in cultural life, but not in contradiction to other constitutional values. Section 31 protects cultural, religious, and linguistic communities, but not at the expense of minority groups. And Section 235, which acknowledges the right to self-determination, is explicitly bound by the broader framework of national unity. It cannot and must not be interpreted as a doorway to separatist agendas. Cultural identity is not a license for anarchy. It's not a cloak for criminality. Moreover, we must ensure that this act does not become a tool to silence or exclude other cultural communities. Cultural practices that violate the rights of others cannot hide behind tradition. The Constitution is clear. Cultural rights may not be exercised in a manner inconsistent with any provision of the Bill of Rights. As lawmakers, our task is to ensure that legislation aimed at affirming culture does not unintentionally deepen inequality or enable abuse. And we must stand firm against attempts to hijack cultural identity for political agendas. The spirit of the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act of 2019 must not be a license for parallel governance, nor a legal loophole to challenge the sovereignty of the public. There can be no misunderstanding. The Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act exists within a broader framework of a unitary democratic South Africa. It does not create autonomous states. It does not override the Constitution. Any suggestion otherwise is not only misleading but also dangerous. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we must call on all cultural leaders, political leaders and community actors to act with dignity and respect for the Constitution. We must ensure that the recognition of indigenous communities uplifts and empowers without undermining the rule of law or the unity of our nation. Let us honor cultural identity by not weaponizing it, but by protecting it and by guarding against those who would distort it for personal or political gain. No law, not even one passed with the noblest of intentions, ought to give one cultural community more rights than other cultural communities, or the right to grab land unlawfully, to incite violence, to intimidate other cultural communities, or to claim extrajudicial authority under the banner of traditional leadership. Yet we are seeing such trends emerge under the guise of cultural existence or legitimate cultural identity. That, Deputy Speaker, I call opportunistic manipulation. We have seen how individuals claim traditional leadership status overnight, set up parallel structures, different factions within a particular cultural community fighting for control, even lay claim to land and other rights without legal process, often leaving vulnerable people at risk of eviction, fraud, or exploitation. We have also seen a disturbing trend of political parties aligning themselves with these self-proclaimed leaders, not out of cultural solidarity, but in pursuit of short-term political gain and power. That is not leadership. That is opportunism. And I repeat, it is a betrayal not only of the Constitution, but of the very cultural communities we are meant to protect. In conclusion, let us honor the protection afforded to all cultural communities by the Constitution. We owe it to all cultural communities. We owe it to the rule of law. And above all, we owe it to the integrity of this nation. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Marie. I now recognize the Honourable Heron.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, one of the strongest reasons to support the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act is that it will create a pathway for representation for Khoi and San leaders, particularly here in the Western Cape. Until now, our province has had no formal voice in the National House of Traditional Leaders because traditional leadership here has never been recognized. The absence has meant that the Khoi and the San, the first peoples of this land, were excluded from national decision-making structures that directly affect traditional communities. The Traditional Leaders in Khoisan Act proposes a formal framework for recognizing traditional structures, leadership structures, particularly for the Khoi and San communities, enabling them to safeguard their language, culture, and land rights. But Speaker, we must also ask, how is it that the Western Cape, of all places, has not done more to recognize its first peoples? Are we to believe that there are none? Because we know that this is not true. How does this government and the City of Cape Town trot out first peoples to cut ribbons or to make public comments on planning and heritage applications, whilst not doing anything to formally recognize any of them? The Khoi and the San lived here long before Jan van Riebeeck arrived, and important heritage sites in this province bear witness to their presence. Yet we see little evidence of formal recognition. Section 5 of the Act, for instance, would empower the Premier to receive and process applications for recognition, but we hear very little about this. This Act is not centralizing power away from minorities. We're bringing them into the fold of national representation, ensuring that the Khoi and San and other Indigenous leaders of the Western Cape have the same standing and dignity as traditional leaders in other provinces. For too long, the absence of recognition meant silence. This Act turns silence into representation, participation, and empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. I recognize the Honorable Nkondlo. We will only commence once you have the podium.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the debate comes at a time when we have just celebrated Heritage Day, a day meant to recognize and celebrate the cultural worth of our nation. The Heritage Day plays an important role in promoting cultural diversity, social cohesion, reconciliation, peace, and economic development. Now, while we celebrate our cultural diversity, we cannot ignore the deliberate exclusion of traditional leaders in this province. The Western Cape has failed to allocate land to indigenous groups to practice their cultural rituals and customs. Indigenous groups such as the Khoi San, affected by historical land dispossession, face exclusion from governance and economic spheres in the province. Indigenous groups have long faced economic marginalization and social disadvantage. However, provinces such as KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape, to mention a few, have long adopted a stance of recognizing and working with traditional leaders, while the Western Cape continues to dispossess land to indigenous groups. Luckily for us, we have a guided document that this government must implement and is a signatory to the Medium-Term Development Plan, which gives us a framework for the role of traditional leaders. It identifies 5 overarching goals aligned with the National Development Plan. Traditional leaders have been custodians of culture, mediators of social disputes, and protectors of communal land. In provinces such as KZN, traditional houses are formally established, integrated into local governance, and resourced to influence development. Yet here in the Western Cape, no such cultural house exists. This leaves the Khoi San and traditional leaders marginalized, denied a formal seat in governance structures where decisions about land, about development, about resources are made. The MTDP itself recognizes that strengthening local governance required enhanced participation of traditional and Khoi San leadership. This government is greatly involved in current reforms of local government, including the recent bill. This DA used its majority to bully into approval, even when rejected by the public. That is the Local Government Municipal Support Bill, which was quiet on inclusion of traditional leaders and Khoi San that exist in these very municipalities. As we listen to Minister Simas and as a Krikwa himself, the question is, did you even whisper to your own party to include the Khoi San leaders in the affairs of the municipalities? We understand the statement by Member Bryant of not being interested in what he terms politics of protest, as indeed privilege protects those privileged by the pain muted by colonialism and apartheid. We remain unashamed to stand in protest and call for the DA to establish the Western Cape Traditional House to give a voice to the many leaders invited here today and sitting in the gallery to be given their rightful place to govern as custodians and traditional leaders of the people. I would like to acknowledge Dr. Mellett's contribution to this topic, including other scholars and researchers. Mellett's contribution to an all-inclusive South Africa is significant, particularly in addressing the historical injustices inflicted upon indigenous people like Abantu and Khoisan, the lie of 1652, which refers to the false narrative that Jan van Riebeeck, a Dutch colonizer, was the first person to settle in South Africa and did a discovery, erasing the presence and history of indigenous peoples. In rural Namaqualand and Cape Flats alike, Khoisan communities sit at margins of our economy, watching mining companies, developers, and municipalities make decisions in their name, but without their voice. Recognition without resources is tokenism. The MTDP speaks of developed traditional and Khoisan communities as a strategic outcome. That outcome will remain a pipe dream unless leaders are given the means to uplift livelihoods through enterprise, agriculture, and tourism. Agriculture is an economic backbone of this province and stand on a painful reality of land protections under property rights, whilst the very generations of Khoisan descendants are lying in inhumane conditions as farm workers, evicted daily without shelter, and children forced to stop schooling. How is the DA nice words about recognition gonna resolve the daily reality in the Witzenberg municipality and Tidorens, which are hotspots of evictions? It is our ANC parliamentary constituency office that have invited Minister Nyonso, who held a successful stakeholder engagement. And this coming Monday, I must invite you, an evictions forum is being established to sit for the first time to find solution to this carnage. We invite the traditional leaders sitting here in the gallery today and the DA to join this meeting that is going to be taking place this coming Monday. We cannot debate Khoisan recognition without confronting land justice. The Constitution, Section 25, demands redress for past dispossession, and Section 235 recognizes the right of cultural communities to self-determination. Yet the Traditional Leaders and Khoisan Act does not address land redistribution. It recognizes leaders but leaves them without jurisdiction over the very land that defines identity and enables development. In the Western Cape, where Khoisan communities were the first to be dispossessed, this omission is especially painful. Land is not only an economic resource, but the foundation of cultural survival. Chapter 1, Section 5 of the Western Cape Provincial Constitution must be amended to include the Khoisan languages that are represented in our province. Further, Section 5 and Clause 3 mandates the government to actually ensure that the languages of the province are given real meaning and are supported. The WCED must be forced to pull their socks in implementing the drive as called by the President Ramaphosa and launched for implementation by Minister Kwarube, the mother tongue teaching, to give the currently recognized languages of the Western Cape an equal recognition. English, Afrikaans, isiXhosa, and add the Khoisan languages of the Western Cape. A major milestone is planned for October 2025 with an all-inclusive African dialogue and the establishment of the House of Traditional Leaders in the Western Cape. This initiative is being undertaken in partnership with the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Contralesa and Western Cape Khoisan Forum on Indigenous Issues. We must demand that any revised act truly aligns with the Constitution by empowering cultural minorities rather than confining them to symbolic roles. In doing so, we will not only honor the Khoisan and other traditional leaders, we will build a more just, inclusive, and developmental Western Cape. That is the spirit of the MTDP, the promise of our Constitution, and the duty we owe to our people. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Unkondlo. I recognize the Minister Mackenzie.
Thank you, thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the honorable members for this debate, honorable member of the Freedom Fund Plus, and also welcome to all the guests in the gallery. Mr. Honorable Member of Mare, hierdie debat ingestel deur die Vryheidsfonds Plus bied ons die geleentheid om oor 'n fundamentele vraag te besin. Hoe beskerm ons kulturele regte op 'n manier wat ons demokrasie versterk, eerder as om te verswak? Honorable members, before this house started, I did the Honorable Murray a courtesy. I tried to get hold of him and he was sadly not available. The reason I did so was to get a better understanding of the debate. Because if you look at the debate question, that the House discussed the possible negative implications of the Traditional Leaders and Khoisan Act of 2019 vis-à-vis Section 30, 31, and 235 of the National Constitution and the Western Cape Constitution, with a view to adopt a position of the interest of cultural minorities. And that's the reason I called the honorable member as a sign of respect and decency, because I respect the Khoi and San leaders who came out here today. Now, there's nothing positive about what has transpired in this act, because fortunately, I was a member of that standing committee. I was a member of that standing committee where we begged ANC members of that standing committee, including the National House of NCOP, to stop with this negative bill that they're busy with. So I'm going to deal with all the members individually, because it actually boggles the mind how ANC members think we forget about yesterday. Because we were here, been 11 years a member of this house. And I was very privileged that I chaired the standing committee who begged them, don't support this bill because it's going to disenfranchise the leaders who are here in this house. Let me start by Honorable Stoffels. Honorable Stoffels made a very bizarre point. He said the Khoi and the San leaders must unite for this. Would she ask the same thing of the Xhosa and the Zulus to form one clan, to form one leader? The disrespect and disgust for Khoi and San leaders of the ANC. They are leaders in their own right. They are from different clans. They have a right to represent themselves. It continues to show how the ANC hate people of this province. She will never go to the Zulus and the Xhosas and say, form one leader and to be elected. It's disgusting for Honorable Stoffel to start her input like that.
Order, members.
Honorable members, the second point she made.
Honorable Minister, please take your seat. Honorable members, the Minister is the final speaker in this subject for discussion. We have traditional leaders, we have young people, and we have a number of citizens that is watching online. I sincerely trust that we will respect the decorum of the House. Honorable Minister, you may continue.
So when she talks about they must unite, they don't have to unite. They are leaders of their clans. They have a right to represent themselves and not be formed into a kraal again like it was done hundreds of years ago to speak on their behalf. The ANC must change their behavior. The second point is, so arrogant was the ANC in that standing committees that they sent us an invitation on the Thursday to be in Hermanus on the Friday for a public hearing on the leadership bill for the Khoi and San. I said to them, how could you do this? We cannot book accommodation. We're supposed to invite Khoi and San leaders in Hermanus, give them appropriate notice, not in the afternoon to be at a public hearing the next morning. That is how they treated and continue to treat people in this process. Honorable members, the Honorable Stoffel went further and she used wonderful words. Where is justice? Justice? Kom and stop District 6 toe, dan wys ek jou hoe lyk justice. People living, not moving to their homes since 1994. People coming to public hearings saying, where is land restitutions? Honorable Kondlo, I'm coming to her now, but just on that line, talks about the national minister, they're forming and announcing something on the 25th. She was a member of that standing committee when member Maseko sitting right there, begged them to invite the national minister here to come and address the issue of District 6. Nixie. Nixie. Now they come here today and saying they want justice and they're launching something on the 25th of October. Waar was hulle when we begged them to do the right thing? They didn't do so. So I will not be lectured here by ANC members about justice. They don't know what justice is. Justice is the Khoi and Sen leaders not having land, not being recognized, not being in leadership positions. But in other provinces, the King of KwaZulu Natal is 170 million a year.
Minister, please take your seat. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Member Nkondlo and Member Barnes, can I request that the Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip of the official opposition to please maintain order on my left-hand side. Honorable members, I did not want to stop the minister because we wanted the debate to flow, but also for those that's in the gallery to listen. People came and took time off in order to listen to this particular debate. I would want to caution members in the gallery as well. Members in the gallery are not allowed to participate in the debate in any way or form, and that includes the clapping of hands. I would request that members in the gallery refrain from clapping hands. Minister, please continue.
Well, remember, it's easy to go to Hansard. It's publicly available documents for the last 11 years. So the honorable members can do a self-justice and go listen to how we beg them in those standing committees to listen to us, listen to the community, listen to the leaders, so that people of this province have the same or similar benefits to traditional leaders of other provinces. But they did not listen. So the honorable members, the court has even found the same thing. The court has thrown that initial bill out of court since 2019. Now it's still in limbo. Still in limbo. I think they gave court 2 years time for Parliament to fix that until 2027. That is what they have done over decades. Decades we've asked the ANC in this house, support us, help us so that leaders in this province can have similar benefit and status as leaders from other provinces. But we'll continue to fight that fight. We do not stop. Then the honorable member used the name Kratua. The ANC should not dare even use the name Kratua. Last week, Saturday, not one of them was in Robben Island when the statue of Kratua was unveiled. Scanner, not even the national members. It was the national government. There was Kratua, it was Toyo Atoye, it was Nelson Mandela. 5 statues were unveiled last week by the other Mackenzie, if I were to say that, at Robben Island, and not one of them was present. The disrespect that they have for Kratua and the history of the Khoi and the San, that they should have done this 30 years ago. They should have recognized Kratua 30 years ago because they have the national funding, they have the national laws, they have the national budget, but they failed to do so. So they cannot stand here and talk about Kratua. They should not even mention their name in a sleep. The Honorable ANC then talks about, and I'll come to Honorable Maree now about Afrikaans, because Honorable Maree, let me just start with Honorable Maree. Honorable Maree, die jaar is die 100 jaar van Afrikaans. Ons het 2 weke terug saam met die Kaapse Malay kore 'n konsert gehad by Kaapse Stadium met 50,000 mense. Waar was jy?
Please speak to the chair.
Sorry, speak.
A point of order.
Please take your seat, Minister. I recognize the Honorable Maree.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, as a rule in this House, no member may address another member directly. I would like you to caution the Minister out of respect. Thank you very much.
Seeing that Member Maree raised a point of order and the debate, I'm going to caution the Minister twice and I'll caution him again. Please speak to the chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll address you. but via you, honorables, Babas, die eerbare Maree, toe ons voor 50.000 mense hier by Kaapstad Stadion, Afrikaans is groot, met die Kaapse Maleikoier, 'n wonderlike Afrikaans fees gehad het. En honorable Maree en honorable Stoffel, die Wes-Kaapse regering belê in taal. Op julle tafel sal julle kry 'n wonderlike boek, Leer jouself Nama. Die eerste regering in die land, toe Zizi Kodda kom geld steel het in die Weskaap, toe maak ons al die boeke Leer jouself Nama. So as julle hier uitstap met eerbare mense en ons wil oor 'n paar weke gaan ons 'n toets kom doen om te sien wie kan 'n bietjie Nama praat. Passe, so ons wil sien wie van die mense kan 'n bietjie Nama praat, want ons belê in ons taal en ons belê in die geskiedenis van die Khoi en die San. So honorable eerbare mense, op julle tafel is 'n boek en die manier hoe dit gebeur het. En dit is die baie belangrike punt. My kollega minister Maree en baie dankie kollega het Appington toe gegaan. Toe die ANC besig was om te steel, toe sy vir ouma Katrina gaan sien. Vandag hou hulle vir ouma Katrina soos ornaments voor 'n event. Hulle ons in die Weskaap belê in ons Nama taal. En as jy biblioteek toe gaan, daar's my boeke nou. Daar's my sak met die boeke agter. Ek het 'n hele klomp boeke gebring uit ons biblioteke, so enige persoon hierso kan biblioteek toe gaan en as in enige van ons 367 biblioteke is daar Khoi of San boeke van ons belê in ons geskiedenis. En laas jaar eerbare mense, a month after my appointment, there were 3 invitations on my desk. One was to the Olympics, one was to Flanders, and one was the UNESCO World Heritage Site to recognize another World Heritage Site. Discussions with the Premier and his house, and he agreed that I go to UNESCO to preserve the history of the Khoi and Yusan. And right now, we have a new World Heritage Site in this province, Mosselbaai, Diepkloof, and including the KwaZulu-Natal in Sibudu Cave. So a World Heritage Site to preserve the history and the Khoi and the San, and we will invest in them more. We've just given them, Premier, a few months ago, another 500,000 rand to preserve the Khoi and the San history. So our leaders can go and visit that site, visit Diepkloof, but the land and the leadership issue. That document, ANC leaders, is now sitting with your president, Deputy President Mashatile, who was tasked by the president. So please WhatsApp him and help him to finish the recognition of these Khoi and San leaders so we can recognize them and ensure they deserve their rightful place in history. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, honorable members. Minister Mackenzie, I have not received my book. If you are able to facilitate one to the desk in front as well. Honorable members, as you are fully aware that a debate not only influences policy and legislation and accountability and education and awareness and public opinion and even consensus. I want to say at this particular time, thank you to all the traditional leaders that have joined us today. The debate is concluded at this particular point, but if you wish to remain for the remainder of the sitting, you are more than welcome to do so. Members, we will promptly proceed in terms of Rule 197, and I recognize the Honourable Minister Baartman.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. In response to Member Christian's question on the interpellation, the Provincial Treasury is actively supporting all municipalities in the Western Cape to strengthen and improve their financial management and financial good governance. Our approach is rooted in the Provincial Treasury's mandate in terms of Section 5 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, or the MFMA, to monitor compliance with the standards for financial management and governance set in the Act and to support municipalities to approve. In response to subsection A, The Provincial Treasury, in collaboration with National Treasury, uses various tools to monitor, assess, analyze, and report on the municipal finances and financial maturity, including monthly reports in terms of Section 71 of the MFMA, the online e-monitor and Go Muni reporting systems, and the financial management capability maturing model. The monthly monitoring reports also allow the province to identify municipalities at financial risk and respond accordingly. The MFCMM, or the maturity model as we call it, measures compliance and performance on a scale of 1 to 6. Levels 1 to 3 measure compliance, whereas levels 4 to 6 measures performance. The Provincial Treasury can thus tailor appropriate responses to municipalities depending on their different levels of governance maturity. Our medium-term target is to ensure that the Western Cape municipalities progressively improve the maturity model scores, with particular emphasis on moving municipalities from level 3, which is compliance, to level 4, which is performance. Furthermore, the implementation of the Municipal Standard Charts of Accounts, also known as MSCOA, is a central pillar of good financial governance. MSCOA standardizes municipal financial transactions across all municipalities, thereby improving transparency, comparability, and accountability of financial information. Provincial Treasury continues to provide technical support and capacity building on MSCOA implementation. And as part of our response, we have adopted a municipal budget and treasury talent management framework, which guides its support and capacity building initiatives. To this framework, adopted in March this year, the department has been supporting and providing training to impacts, disciplinary board committees, municipal councils, and officials on the requirements of the UIF and W expenditures reduction and prevention strategy and implementation of consequence management, specifically focusing on the 10 municipalities with the highest UIF and W expenditures. Other capacity building programs include, amongst other, risk champion training, support to internal audit and audit committees. Formal training is complemented by a network of intergovernmental forums and platforms, including the Provincial Budget and Governance Forum with Municipal Committee members of Finance, the Chief Financial Officers Forum, Municipal Accounts Forum, the Chief Risk Officer Forum, and Supply Chain Management Forum, Smart Procurement Conference, and Revenue Management Masterclass. Through this integrated and comprehensive approach, the Provincial Treasury assists poor-performing municipalities to achieve full compliance with MFMA, then to move from compliance to performance, ultimately improving financial management and governance. With regard to subsection B, the Provincial Treasury aligns its support to municipalities with the annual accounting cycle of municipalities. This includes the Strategic Integrated Municipal Engagements, or SIME as we call it, to provide analysis and recommendations on municipalities' stable budgets, with changes proposed that they can incorporate into their adopted budgets. Technical Integrated and Municipal Engagements, or TIME, offer a review of municipal governance maturity with recommendations time to allow municipalities to make improvements before the audit process begins. The annual financial statements consistency workshop, which assists municipalities to improve the quality of their annual financial statements. And we are proud that this initiative, started by the Western Cape, has now been picked up by the National Treasury and rolled out nationwide. We are also pleased to also note the significant progress that our municipalities made in terms of budgets they adopted for the current financial year, whereas 2024-25, 6 municipalities adopted unfunded budget. In the current financial year, only 3 municipalities adopted unfunded budgets.
Please,
Yes, Major. Thank you
Minister.
so much. Just to conclude that the remaining 3 that had unfunded budgets are all in financial crisis, and the province has formally intervened in terms of Section 139, subsection 5. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. I recognize the Honourable Christians.
No, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that comprehensive reply. Deputy Speaker, we know that we have most of our municipalities, more than 3/4 of them have clean audits, because we know we always talk about clean audits, but clean audits is a strong indicator of financial and governance control. But some municipalities still experience service delivery problems. And when people look at local government, they look at bread and butter politics. This is where government makes a difference. And that's why the question to the Minister on governance and improving financial management. But Deputy Speaker, if I can just say, also ask the Minister in a reply later. the municipalities that are assisted at the moment by the province to, in order to have better, improve their financial management and government. Which municipalities are they? And is there a better, are we expecting a better Auditor General report when we will report on municipalities for this current year? Because last financial year 23-24, there was 4 or 5 municipalities that were struggling when it comes to financial management. And I heard what the minister said. The minister said that they put quite a number of plans with National Treasury. They put quite a number of plans in order to monitor monthly reports, to monitor municipalities. But can the minister share with us, is there still concerns when it comes to improving financial management and government in municipality? Is there still concerns? And what is her projection? And we know we're not asking opinions, but do she see in her term that we will have the 30 municipalities in the Western Cape having clean audits? Because we also know when it comes to, there's also political leadership. There's also leadership in municipalities that makes it extremely difficult. But from my side, Deputy Speaker, the last is, the reason for this question is people live in areas and they expect services. And that is why this is so a critical point, that we get the finances of our municipalities in order so that the poor and the vulnerable will not suffer going forward. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Christians. I recognize Honourable Bryant.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, as our national finances continue to tighten, it's increasingly clear that municipalities cannot rely solely on traditional transfers and grants to meet the growing infrastructure and service delivery demands. And we've seen many municipalities really creaking under the pressure, not only of the financial challenges, but also, sadly, governance challenges, in particular, some under very unstable coalitions, such as in Knysna, where very recently there was an attempt made by Minister Anton Bredell to assist that municipality by placing it under administration. And unfortunately, that was rejected by the NCOP in a vote of 7-9. Interestingly enough, the KZN representative also voted against it, but that vote against was led by the DA because we want to see Knysna thrive, we want to see Knysna fixed. And sadly, that has not taken place, and we are now going to see another year of terrible leadership. Hopefully no more bodies in the water, but certainly there's going to be further decimation of that local lagoon, of the seahorses that live there, and the people who now have sewage running through their streets, popping out of manholes. It really is a terrible situation, and it's very sad. So, Minister, from your side, I would like to know, if possible, are there any other financial mechanisms that can now be implemented in Knysna, taking into account that Minister Bredell really had used this as a last resort in anticipation of the pending year that will still need to take place before the next local government elections? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Bryant. I recognize the Honourable Stoffel.
Thank you, Speaker. Hands off, Knysna. As the African National Congress, we view the inability of this department to improve underperforming or struggling municipalities as a persistent crisis. Across the Western Cape, we see municipalities edging closer to collapse with financial mismanagement, weak governance, and political instability eroding service delivery. Communities are on the short end of the stick as management issued reflects in service delivery. What we are saying is not something new. The challenges are the well-documented over many years poor financial control, inadequate revenue collection, political infights, and administrative paralysis. Yet, despite these red flags, the provincial government has failed to step in with decisive, sustainable intervention before these municipalities reach a state of near collapse. This failure to act timely has left communities in a crisis. Residents now face taps that run dry, uncollected refuse, deteriorating infrastructure, and municipal administration that are unable to provide even the most basic service. The Constitution is clear. Provincial government have a duty to support and strengthen the capacity of municipalities to manage their affairs and deliver service effectively, and not want to bully municipalities. Speaker, I ask whether the department has plans to improve financial management and governance in poor performing municipalities and the timelines for their implementation. The people of these municipalities cannot afford more delays. Urgent action is needed before collapse becomes permanent.
Thank you, Honorable Stoffel. I recognize the Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I wanted to touch on Neisner, but Member Brian did that, and I did not know about the vote because I know we are very concerned about Neisner. That is one of the areas I think that the minister and the department have their job cut out. But Deputy Speaker, if I can just ask, with things being tough. With people living in hard times. I just heard one municipalities is starting to write off irrecoverable debt. And that also affects this. I believe the sustainability of municipalities because of people not able to pay. What is the minister doing in this regard with is there strong revenue collection? Are we with everything happening in the Western Cape and with the budgets tight? Do we see is there money even available in municipalities when it comes to capital investments and so on? A major concern, of course, is electricity, and we don't know how if our electricity is sorted out. But I'm talking about these things because this is what's affecting our communities out in large. But lastly, Deputy Speaker, if I can say, there were a few municipalities that's continuously in the headlines, with what's happening in certain municipalities when it comes to finances, when it comes to a service delivery. Every year, and when you read the Auditor General report, you see these municipalities come to the fore. I did mention it in my first question, but if the minister can tell me specifically with those municipalities, will we see a turnaround? And as I said previously in my previous question, it's a lot to do with leadership when it comes to the municipality, political leadership. And taking accountability for certain things. So if the minister can just elaborate on those type of things. And my question is really not to, it's really to address the citizens struggling at this time. And if we have our municipalities have their finances in order, it's already and get clean audit, it helps us to those people that voted for political office bearers see the difference on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. I recognize the minister.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, and Member Christians for bringing this interpellation. So I'll try to pair some of the respective questions because some members asked very similar questions. In terms of do we still, Member Christians asked, do we still have some service delivery problems despite a clean audit? And you can sometimes even bring this into funded budgets. Because, for example, in some municipalities, you can have a funded budget, but you don't necessarily have a credible budget. And you will still see, for example, bodies floating in water. And the nice now question that was asked is an exact example where what is happening in the books and what is happening on the ground are very different things. And in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution, Member Christians, the Western Cape government attempted to have a provincial intervention in Knysna because there's no clean water, Deputy Speaker. There's no clean water. We must be honest, there's no clean water in Knysna. The NCOP, the National Council of Provinces, voted down a provincial intervention in Knysna for that intervention. So by tying the Western Cape government's hands, you're also saying actually that you do not believe the residents of Knysna deserve clean water. And we must know that in any at all policy matters in government, all governments, whether it's national, provincial, or local, the money follows the decision. So the NCOP has chosen not to help save clean water for the residents of Knysna. In terms of which municipalities do we help, Member Christians? We help all municipalities. Over and above the systems and structures that we've put in place that I've mentioned in the original question, any municipality can contact us for assistance. I'll also just quickly have, he also asked us, will all 30 municipalities get clean audits within this particular term? Member Christians, we are working very hard to help municipalities wherever we can with their respective audit questions. Sometimes it is very technical matters that come from the
Order, members. Honourable Minister, please take your seat. Honourable members, running commentary is not allowed. I'm unable to hear the Minister. You may proceed.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. We work very hard with municipalities with audit questions in order to assist with them not getting findings from the AG. In this regard, I would love it if all 30 municipalities could get clean audits, but it always is, you know, the response and the work and the cooperation you get from municipalities. I also want to speak a little bit about Kannaland and Theewaterskloof, and I've brought the FRP of Kannaland with me, and I've brought the draft FRP of Theewaterskloof that I received from National Treasury a little while ago with me as well, because some of the members asked about service delivery and governance matters. Some of the things, and this is documents drafted by the National Treasury, pages 10, 11, and 12 for Kannaland, things that they listed: recurrent unfunded budgets, current liabilities exceeding assets, debtor management failure, diversion of capital grants to operations, inability to service ESCOM debt, absence of infrastructure master plans, high electricity losses, poor water and sanitation quality scores, which is ironic, Deputy Speaker, that water is being raised in the Kannaland FRP, but we're not allowed to help save clean water in Knysna. Maintenance expenditure ratio under the 8%. Underutilization of
Honourable
grants, aging fleet and infrastructure, intermittent water supply and poor water management. Persistent disclaimer audit outcomes. I'm still on Kannaland, Deputy Speaker, the things that National Treasury wrote here. Historical leadership instability and oversight failures, and this specifically relates to impact as well. Inadequate contract management and SEM non-enforcement. Inadequate legislative competence. Speaker, there's a whole other page there, but I quickly want to mention a few things of Theewaterskloof that the National Treasury has indicated. As my time concluded, but Deputy Speaker, what I would do is I would encourage the member to actually make sure that once we finalize this FRP for Theewaterskloof, that he must come with me to Theewaterskloof to tell the people
Thank you,
what we have
Honourable
found in
Minister.
Thank
Honourable members, that concludes interpellation 1. I've already, during interpellation 1, cautioned members with a running commentary. I sincerely trust that I did not notice a member actually put their mic on before being recognized. Our members are fully aware of our rules and to maintain the decorum of the House. We will now proceed with interpellation 2, and I recognize the Premier.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much to the Honourable Heron for the question. Obviously, for this House, it probably a repeat of what the Standing Committee dealt with yesterday, but thank you for the question. Various interventions are being explored and implemented to coordinate and monitor the Western Cape Safety Plan programs and projects and drive achievements of outcomes, and these include the establishment of a Western Cape Safety Council to provide strategic oversight and high-level coordination across different entities and spheres of government. At the highest governing body for safety in the province, the Provincial Safety Council provides strategic leadership. It provides the oversight of the programs in the Western Cape, but these include municipalities, and that's like the City of Cape Town. It also includes provincial initiatives. Crucially, the South African Police Service is also included. The council convenes quarterly, followed by the release of the South African Police Service's crime statistics to assist with trends, evaluate the effectiveness of ongoing interventions, and refine strategic priorities to enhance public safety. It also has the establishment of a Provincial Safety Council Centre, PSCC, to serve as an integrated hub for intelligence sharing and interagency collaboration and emergency response coordination. The PSCC will coordinate the following: all safety-related data across departments, municipalities, and agencies, the portfolio of projects implemented throughout the province, the rollout of administration and integrated community safety and development programs, and all the Safer City Cooperation Agreement interventions. And then B, new interventions are being explored as it relates to targeting communities in precincts with the highest homicide rate. The Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety is in the process of finalizing the Western Cape Safety Plan, which will develop integrated community safety and development plans and establish the community safety and development forums in 21 targeted communities affected by severe levels of violent crime and economic and infrastructure decay. The forum will serve as a multi-sectoral platform to provide strategic direction, oversight, and coordination of all activities as contained in the safety and development plans. It will ensure alignment with the principles of a whole of society approach and a whole of government approach. It is also the implementation of the cooperation agreement, which is included as one of the programs of the safety plan, and it focused specifically on the 21 police stations recording the highest number of murders and attempted murders. It also is concluding safer district collaboration agreements between the district municipalities, SAPs, and the Western Cape government to enhance safety and security through joint initiative programs and strategies. In addition to the above, we will continue to work resolutely towards better resourcing, support, and collaboration with SAPs, especially in our most troubled precincts. I have frequently informed this House that the number of SAPs members in the Western Cape has consistently failed to keep pace with the needs of our population in a human resource crisis that now spans more than a decade. But even among the SAPS members currently deployed in the Western Cape, we see a vast disparity in the resources allocated to low crime areas and those allocated to areas where crime is higher. This is a decision that is made by the leadership of SAPS and is a decision that could be rectified tomorrow. We will continue to advocate for the needs of our communities in high crime areas where one SAPS member may be responsible for the safety of more than 800 people. In recent weeks, we have been fortunate enough to have the police engagements with the new police minister, and we look forward to working with him in the development of this and finalization of this plan.
Thank you so much. I recognize the Honourable Hiran.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Premier for the reply. Deputy Speaker, we've had 490 gang-related murders in just 6 months. That is nearly 3 murders every single day, or 1 gang-related killing every 8 hours. We cannot allow ourselves to become numb to these numbers. They're not abstract. They represent lives lost, families torn apart, and communities living under siege. Yet yesterday, when we sat down to hear the so-called review of the safety plan, we did not hear urgency. We did not hear honesty. We did not hear accountability. The review we were promised did not happen. A review by definition means assessing whether a plan has worked, what has failed and what must change. It means testing claims against evidence, admitting shortcomings, and facing hard truths. But nothing of the sort happened. The evidence is clear, Deputy Speaker. The central promise of the 2019 safety plan was to reduce the murder rate by 50% over 10 years. After 5 years, we should already be seeing the results. But the murder rate remains stubbornly high, and even the draft Safety Plan 2.0 includes a chart showing the actual number of murders has increased over the last 5 years. In the original safety plan, there was mention of the Bavarian model and its approach to collecting data, analyzing patterns, targeting interventions where they can have the most impact. In other words, evidence-based policing. But no evidence-based policing review was presented to us yesterday as part of the 5-year plan review. Outcomes were never evaluated and lessons were not learned. And I know this because we're now left with a plan that has no concrete objectives. The only thing that has been changed is the abandonment of the original aim. The Premier said it is difficult to set targets and objectives, yet we must hold people accountable to them. Yes, it can be difficult, but the safety plan, the Premier himself set the target for the 2019 safety plan, a 50% reduction of murders. We didn't impose it, and so we must hold the Premier accountable for failing to meet it. And at the time, the Premier said if we were not to meet it, his head should roll. So what happens when you abandon the objective of the 2019 plan halfway through? How do we hold him accountable and hold it, and his head should roll? A safety plan is not a box-ticking exercise. It must be a living, breathing framework, constantly monitored, adjusted, and evaluated. But Deputy Speaker, 490 murders in 6 months. That is the price of inaction, and it is far too high. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Heron. I recognize the Honourable Van Minnen.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank the Premier for stepping up on safety, where SAPS is consistently failing our governance, our province. The people of the Western Cape deserve to feel safe, to travel to work, to school, to hospitals, and to other institutions without fear, while supporting efforts to ensure that criminals are convicted and face the full consequences of their actions. The persistence of violent crime, especially the unacceptably high murder rate in Cape Town, remains a grave concern. But what sets the Western Cape apart is that we do not simply accept this reality, we act. Yesterday, the Western Cape government shared the updated Western Cape Safety Plan. This plan sets out innovative, evidence-driven and groundbreaking initiatives to ensure that crime is dealt with decisively and lays the groundwork for the province to take on a bigger role in safety. Already we've seen results. In Tafelsig, Mitchell's Plain, targeted hotspots, policing cut violent crime by 20%. This model will now be scaled to other murder hotspots. We are also expanding LEAP officers, K9 units, and surveillance technology into both rural and metro areas. For the first time in South Africa, an anti-extortion structure will directly protect communities and small businesses from criminal syndicates. And the establishment of a new Provincial Safety Coordination Centre is a major step forward. In light of this, may I ask the Honourable Premier, how will the new Provincial Safety Coordination Centre assist in coordinating safety efforts across the province? I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Van Minnen. I recognize the Honourable Syed.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The Western Cape is a crime scene, especially after your departure as the MEC. Mass shootings, gang wars, extortion rackets, and a soaring murder rate have left communities living in fear, particularly in Cape Town. And yet the Western Cape Safety Plan, which promised safety, has largely failed. We conducted a poll amongst residents. The results are damning. Out of 200 people surveyed, only one said they feel safer because of the Western Cape Safety Plan. 1 in 200, Deputy Speaker. That is not a shortfall in delivery. It is evidence that this plan does not connect with the lived reality of our communities. Yesterday, during the Standing Committee on the Premier, the executive admitted that there was no public participation in the drafting of the safety plan. This is deeply concerning, given that the Premier's own provincial strategic plan message commits to listening to the needs of the people. In the same meeting, the ANC proposed that the public be given the chance to participate in the drafting of the safety plan through written submissions. The committee resolved to adopt this proposal, and we thank the chairperson, allowing input to be submitted to the procedural officer and the chairperson. But I want the Premier to tell us, does the Premier support this resolution for public participation on the plan's review? Further, how will the plan review integrate station and CPF-based community plans as the building blocks of the strategy, so interventions are locally owned and context-driven? What mechanisms will ensure CPF and station-level plans are resource budgeted for and linked to both municipal and provincial funding streams? How will monitoring and evaluation turn CPF safety plans into local scorecards for the implementation with timelines, measurable outcomes, rather than abstract targets? Deputy Speaker, our residents cannot survive on pipe dreams or top-down promises. They need urgent, decisive, community-based solutions.
Thank you so much, Honourable Syed. I recognize the Honourable Heron.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Draft Safety Plan 2.0 was born out of failures, but did not address them. The Safety Plan 2.0 claims to involve multiple departments, but have we forgotten that the 2019 Safety Plan had safety priorities, which was also multi-departmental? Because as far as I can tell, this is not just a failure resting on the shoulders of one department. It is a systemic failure, a failure of a government as a whole. Where is the Minister of Education? Safety is not only about policing, it's about keeping children in schools that are safe, properly resourced, and free from the recruitment pipeline of gangs. What has been done to strengthen after-school programs, to expand psychosocial support, to give learners real alternatives to the streets? Empty promises do not protect our children. Where's the Minister of Social Development? Because no child is born a gangster. They are shaped by poverty, by hunger, by the collapse of family support systems. What has been done to scale up interventions that reach vulnerable youth before gangs do? Where's the safety net that prevents despair from hardening into violence? Where's the Minister of Mobility? Because when learners are forced to walk long, dangerous routes through gang territories just to get to school, we cannot pretend that transport is not a safety issue. And where's the Minister of Infrastructure? Because spatial justice matters. When communities are left without dignified housing, abandoned public spaces, decaying basic services, the ground is fertile for gangs to control, exploit, and recruit. Infrastructure is not only about bricks and mortar. It's about dignity, belonging, and reclaiming space from criminal power. Safety Plan 2.0 hides behind interdepartmental language, but the draft plan fails to turn coordination into action. It requires every arm of government working urgently and effectively together if we're going to make this a success. Right now, that is not happening. And until it does, communities will remain under siege, families will remain mourning, and this new safety plan will remain what the current one is today, a plan in name only and a failure in practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Heron. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Heron for the question once again. First of all, the safety plan was not abandoned. It has not been abandoned. It is still in place. We were speaking about the revised new plan that will take over from this plan. And I sincerely, listening to him again now, and noting that he obviously didn't listen to anything that was said in 2.5 hours yesterday, but listening to him now, I state in this House, I really look forward to his contribution to what we made open to this committee in this very House yesterday, to say, make your contributions, whether it's from the public through the committee, whether it's directly as political parties. I look forward to your contribution in influencing 2.0. But 1.0 is still in place. And in actual fact, 1.0 has got lots of reports on 1.0. If you go back to when 1.0 started, this was the murder capital in South Africa. The Western Cape is no longer the murder capital in South Africa because we've seen a reduction. And of course, when you get a reduction of a few percentage points here and there, it doesn't make a difference because we've still got 4,500 people every year, not 450, but 4,500 people every year in this province that gets murdered. 27,000 people in this country get murdered every single year. The money and the mandate sits with the South African Police Service. Our constitutional mandate is one of oversight. What we're doing here is saying, let's go above and beyond our oversight mandate, and let's actually start trying things that are going to make a difference. And that's where you get what works in hotspot policing patrols in Cape Town. This document is a report on this safety plan. And it's interesting because Minister Kachalia now says to me, I've gone through this report. I've come to the province to have a look at how things are going here in the province. And I actually do like this concept. And I will come with you. I will come back to this province in the next month or so, and we will include that in this updated safety plan. He asks about how the other ministers are involved. And yesterday, we actually even gave the budget numbers. 91 million rand from education in the Safer Schools program, 148 million rand in the mobility safety program. We're looking at Chrysalis, 25.2 million rand. Social services in the parenting program, 45 million rand. You can't say, he comes here and he says, this is a rubbish piece of work and has not done anything. It is absolutely untrue, and he obviously doesn't listen whenever he asks questions. He never reads these documents, the gang monitor. He never reads these documents, because if he did, he wouldn't be able to come here and make the statements that he makes. But I say once again, I really do look forward, because this is the opportunity. We are saying this is what we did in the last 5 years. This is how we've changed it. The murders per 100,000. Go to stats, go to the police stats and have a look at those differences that our small interventions in the hotspots have made. And that is what is influencing decisions now at the national level of policing and the national level of the Minister of Police. We've brought about change, and that change now needs to be accelerated. And that's what 2.0 is about. And I look forward once again to the inputs from the individual members so that they come and put inputs. And of course, crime is a massive thing. And yet I see the poster that's being put up on the other side talks about how the city manager has now taken investigations into what's happening in their municipality, and he's taken it to the police, and there's actions. But it's unlike what's happening in these other places where we've got to deal with fraud and corruption. We've got to deal with murder. We've got to deal with these things decisively in South Africa and in this province.
Honorable members, we will proceed with interpellation 3. And I recognize Minister Summers.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and thank you to Member Barnes for the question which pertains to the Tafelberg site, which again speaks to, and she asks through you, Deputy Speaker, what concrete steps are being taken to prioritise affordable and low-income rental housing on the site. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I must say that the 3 elements of this question I've actually answered on more than once during the course of this year in various formats, but I do not mind answering the member again, because the facts will not change again. But just as a reminder to the House, the first time I received the question was on the 7th of February in written format. I responded to Member Heron, who focused on the point number 4 on the affordable component of our usage of the site. On the 11th of September, and clearly the ANC are not caucusing anymore, or they're not caucusing consistently. The Honourable Member Lekker asked a similar question, focusing on the affordable component of the site. It was under subsection 1 and subsection 3 of her question. It was an oral question I answered in the House. So indeed, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the facts will not change. I will just reaffirm them to the House. The department appointed a multidisciplinary team which commenced with several essential studies to guide the department and our professional team to achieve the requisite development rights that would facilitate the provision of affordable housing on a portion of the property. The preliminary stakeholder engagements with the interested and affected parties commenced in May 2025, and we concluded that in July 2025. And these were successful in terms of attendance. Valuable inputs were received of those interested and affected parties who registered to be part of our process, and positive engagement among our stakeholders and with our project team and department occurred during this period. Our professional team is currently in the process of finalizing a viable and feasible conceptual design, which it aims to release actually in this month, and which will be shared with stakeholders who registered as interested and affected parties, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Following the release of the preferred viable and feasible development concept, my team will prepare for the submissions of the statutory applications. And here I'm referring to the land use planning and application and the heritage impact assessment processes. Our stakeholders will be notified via our project webpage once the applications have been submitted. Further stakeholder engagements will take place during the statutory processes, managed by our respective statutory bodies. And the submission of our applications are targeted to commence or do occur in March 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I recognize the Honourable Barnes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, again. See, Deputy Speaker, when you are asked the same question again and again, then it means there's again a problem. Although you're going to get the same answer. 3 different people can't ask you the same thing. He must again ask you what's wrong with you again. Deputy Speaker, the Tafelberg site stands as a damning monument to the DA's hypocrisy on spatial redress. For 15 years, this prime piece of land in Sea Point has stood empty, while families are trapped in the peripheries of Khayelitsha, Mitchell's Plain, Atlantis, and the rural hinterlands, forced to travel hours to work to cheap labor in the city. Since 1994, not a single affordable housing development has been completed in central Cape Town. That is apartheid, deliberately maintained by the DA to protect the privilege and profit. We must remind this House that in 2015, the DA government attempted to sell Tafelberg site to a private elite school for 135 million. It looked the courage of organizations like Reclaim the City and Funukwazi, as well as the ANC, to an extent to stop this betrayal. In 2020, the High Court ruled that the sale was unlawful and ordered the provincial government to develop a plan for spatial redress. Yet, instead of acting, the DA has dragged its feet with the excuse after excuse, launching 9 feasibility studies over the decade, all of which the viability of affordable housing. This is not due diligence, it is deliberate sabotage. Each new study is a delay or a tactic to block transformation. Honorable Speaker, while over 400,000 people languish on Cape Town's housing waiting list, the DA government protects the interests of the wealthy white people and, of course, the Ratepayers Association, who fear that African and colored working class families might live in Sea Point. That is the ugly truth. That's why it's called again. The question that we put to the MEC is simple. When will the DA stop playing politics with the people's lives and build affordable housing at Tafelberg? Or must we accept that the DA's true commitment is not to spatial justice, but to apartheid geography in a new form? I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Barnes. I recognize the Honourable Wessels.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. In the words of Honourable Barnes, I would again like to thank the Minister for his leadership for the progress made on this site. And again, as the Minister previously noted, large housing developments often face delays, which can be frustrating. But again today, we see that this is a clear commitment by the department to move this important project forward and to prioritize affordable, low rental income housing for residents. In this week's Bureau, it was also confirmed the increased spending in human settlements. This is encouraging because despite the national budget pressures, the Western Cape government continues to invest in the housing delivery and actively drive big projects to the benefit of our people.
We want to congratulate the department for pushing ahead and ensuring the opportunities that are created, even in this challenging environment. So, Honourable Deputy Speaker, through you, Minister, can you please outline the various types of housing opportunities that is currently facilitated by your department and the education and the outreach methods that are being used to ensure that residents know how to access them? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Wessels. I recognize Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I've been attending the public engagements on the planning process for the Tafelberg school site, which is going to be packaged for a housing and commercial development. The most recent presentation of the 353 on Main project, as it's now called, made it clear that if all goes according to schedule, the planning applications required to build this development would only commence in March 2026. And if we are optimistic, it'll be 2030 before we see a resident move into social housing on that site. This means it would have taken this government 20 years from when the site first became identified for social housing till when the first social housing is actually delivered. We know that 20 years is as a direct result of dogmatic anti-poor ideology that dominates the Democratic Alliance leadership. It was the former Premier, Helen Zille, herself, who told me that using well-located and thus high-value land for affordable and social housing would amount to over-subsidizing the poor. This dogma has led to where we are today. 20 years of DA government in the city of Cape Town, 16 years of DA government in the province, but not a single affordable home or social housing unit delivered in the Cape Town city centre. Unlike many failures in government, this is not a systemic failure, but that both the city and the province are claimed to be well run, with sound finances and properly qualified administrations. And all of this good governance can deliver these types of projects much, much faster. The only reason this hasn't happened is the lack of political will, linked to a resentment of transformation and a deviant view of who public land belongs to and what role it can play in addressing both our housing shortage and spatial transformation. It is shameful, Deputy Speaker, that lots of public land, which has been available for social housing for decades, is being toyed with. The games being played have denied people their right to housing and to redress for decades. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. And again, I see the Honorable Barnes.
Thank you again, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Tafelberg site is only one example of the DA's betrayal of the poor. The truth is that Western Cape government controls 303 hectares of provincially owned land, much of it well located, yet refuses to release it for human settlements. Instead of building houses for the people, the DA plays a waiting game, holding land back, stalling, and in many cases, preparing it for private market and profit-driven developers. Deputy Speaker, the provincial public land does not belong to the DA. That we must make clear. I believe that needs to be made clear that the land belongs to the people of this province. Nearly 17,500 housing opportunities could be unblocked if the provincial government had the political will. But will they? No, they don't, because the DA does not want any working class families near Camps Bay, Sea Point, Constantia, or Cape Town CBD. That's a fact. They want them confined to the Cape Flats, far away from opportunity in unsafe, overcrowded communities plagued by gang violence, unemployment, and poverty. This is not accidental. It is by design. When poor African and colored families occupied vacant land during COVID-19 pandemic, the DA-led government responded with a violent and illegal evictions, depriving the people basic services instead of compassion and solutions. Honorable Deputy Speaker, if the DA was serious about tackling the housing crisis, they would release the 303 hectares of provincial land immediately, not to private developers, not for luxury flats disguised as mixed use, but for genuine, affordable, and social housing, integrated into the city where opportunities exist, where everyone can meet. Our demand is simple for the MEC and the Premier. Stop the endless feasibility studies, stop hiding behind heritage and bureaucracy, and stop blaming national government. The Western Cape provincial government must release its land now and commit to building houses for the people. History will judge the DA harshly. They have protected privilege at the expense of justice, and in doing so, they continue the legacy of apartheid. I repeat, Deputy Speaker, this is apartheid number 2. We demand affordable houses at Tafelberg. We demand the release of 303 hectares of provincial land. We demand an end to apartheid spatial planning under the DA government that pretends to care but never delivers to its promise. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Barnes. I recognize the Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the 3 members for the inputs in terms of this debate. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we need to understand that as a country, we have the rule of law, statute and processes which outlines how land is released, how land is zoned, and how land is utilized at the end of the day. We must comply in terms of that process. So that statutory processes somehow within of our control. And before 3 weeks ago, when I responded to Member Leka, I did touch on that specific aspect of the processes of law which was in our control. Other aspects which are in the other spheres of government responsibilities, I cannot be held accountable for. I must respect those processes. Then, added on to that, and I want to thank the member for giving us a history lesson pertaining to the old Tafelberg site. It's now called 353 on Main. Had it not been for court cases up until the Constitutional Court, we are still awaiting a judgment. Who knows how far this provincial government could have been on site, but we do respect the rule of law. And the member herself alluded to it, Deputy Speaker. Many of the land invasions during COVID was fueled, amongst others, by her own party in this province, taking away opportunities from people who are legally waiting on the waiting list. So again, thank you for affirming on record that you support the illegal invasion of land, where people are trying to jump the queue ahead of those who've been waiting for decades for a housing opportunity. To the Honourable Member Heron, again, thank you for your inputs and thank you for attending these sessions. Again, there are statutory processes which we must adhere to as a department and as a provincial government. But at least you are the only opposition member in this house who actually attends these sessions, and you can hear that we are really earnest and committed to seeing through and to see the realization on the portion which we have earmarked for affordable housing on that site. Again, Honourable Deputy Speaker, affordable housing is social housing, which is a rental option, which is state subsidized. We are looking at FLISP or the first home finance product and other formats. We are doing all of this. We need to ensure that there's an optimal product delivered, taking note that SHRA, who is responsible for social housing, is actually reducing their funding to all provinces. Our provinces such as the Western Cape and Gauteng have got a number of projects implementation ready, but the funding to accelerate the delivery is not there from SHRA. They've all but admitted this. Honourable Wessels, again, thank you for your inputs. Affordable housing in the Western Cape means that we are focusing on developing and utilizing our state-owned land to ensure the optimal usage so that we can see the creation of affordable rental options in its various formats, open market formats, and yes, ownership modalities on our portions of land. The Honourable Barnes speaks of the 300 hectares. As I stand here, and I've reported to this House already, Honourable Deputy Speaker, we are assessing our land, we are packaging it in terms of its value purposes, it will go to Cabinet, and then it will go to market. But what we have said, we do recognize our social responsibility in how we optimally utilize that land in the interest of our people. But unlike the ANC, and unlike what we saw in Knoflokskraal under the ANC PA and Good, we do not encourage land invasion. We encourage legal ownership of land through legal processes, which do adhere to the statutory processes, which we all are sworn to protect in this House. I thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. Honourable members, before we proceed, please allow me the discretion to say the following. We are all aware that we are unable to be in two places at the same time. The speaker is currently representing us at the P20. I am needing to leave in the next 20 to 30 minutes, but I have engaged the Chief Whip, the Deputy Chief Whip, and the Deputy Chief Whip of the official opposition. I will commence with questions. Thereafter, Member Philander will be the House Chair. She will then be relieved during member statements by Member Nkondlo. And after member statements, Member Philander will, Kaiser Philander will then deal with motions at the end. I trust that you find this in order. Maybe that time there will be, during member statements, I foresee it will be less talking because Member Nkondlo will be taking the seat. I trust that is all in order, members. It's an appointment that I couldn't, it's an amendment that it's an appointment I could not get out of and that I could not amend. But I trust that the decorum of the House will be maintained because we are all honorable members. In terms of Rule 202, we proceed with questions for oral reply, and I recognize the Premier. Before I see the Premier, Member Kaiser Philander.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. May I address you on the questions for oral reply as per the order paper? There are a total of 5 questions, Honourable Deputy Speaker, that will stand over by consultation with the member that posed the question as well as the Minister. And those questions are under new questions, question 2, question 5, question 6, question 12, and question 13, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Question 2, question 5, question 6, question 12, and question 13, Deputy Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Thank you to the Honourable Member Barnes for the question. As has been stated previously in similar questions and replies, accountability remains the foundational principle of the Western Cape government's success, being one of 6 key values upon which we base our behaviour as employees of the Western Cape government and as servants of the Western Cape residents. As members of the Western Cape government, or the WCG, executive, provincial ministers and the Premier are expected to adhere to these values of their work. My provincial ministers and I are held accountable the following ways. The Western Cape Government Cabinet is collectively responsible for the policies it adopts and the decisions that it makes. Members of the Western Cape Government Executive are accountable to Chapter 9 and 10 institutions in terms of the Constitution. Members of the Western Cape Executive are accountable to the Western Cape Provincial Parliament through, firstly, the Budget Committee and standing committees, including the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, Parliament's consideration of the Appropriations Bill, Adjustments Bill, and the individual budget votes, replies to written and oral parliamentary questions and interpellations. The Western Cape is also unique in allowing regularly scheduled questions without notice to the Premier. And members of the Western Cape Government Executive are accountable to residents and communities for their performance in their portfolios and may be voted out of office. In addition to these measures, I meet regularly with this cabinet or my cabinet members and relevant senior ministerial and departmental staff to discuss progress on ministerial priorities, responses to urgent crises, and overall progress towards the realization of the goals set out in the 2025-30 Provincial Strategic Plan. These discussions also include the accounting officers of each budgetary vote, and we continue to make use of the annual performance plans, the budget, the annual reports, and accountability instruments in assessing the financial and non-financial performance of each department and ministry. If an area of underperformance is identified, action is taken to identify measures through which underperformance might be rectified and through which our service delivery offering might be improved. Additionally, I frequently conduct oversight to various parts of the province to observe the performance of our government. And the findings from these visits will in turn form part of discussions with the ministers at the cabinet level. In part, as a result of these measures, as well as rigorous oversight of the House, our provincial ministers are typically well equipped and motivated to proactively and tirelessly accomplish their respective mandates and to respond to the challenges faced by the Western Cape. Among other initiatives in recent months, we have seen the Western Cape step up to firstly continue to lead South Africa on employment, boosting not only the lowest unemployment rate in South Africa, but also broad unemployment rates that are 5% lower than the next closest province's narrow unemployment rate. Partner with civil society and private sector to launch the innovative Kulisa Care project, which directly responds to food insecurity, childhood stunting by providing free access to healthy foods and targeted medical support to critical groups, or should we say, to those critical moms. Take extraordinary measures to work with the taxi industry to reduce violence and criminal incidents in affecting communities, including the closure of certain routes and increasing the law enforcement in the taxi ranks and surrounding areas to make sure that our citizens are kept safe. Launched several landmark housing initiatives to deliver affordable, well-located inner-city housing developments such as the Founders Garden and Leo Loop Precinct, and deliver more than 6,000 title deeds, greatly exceeding departmental targets for housing delivery. We take our commitments to the people of the Western Cape and the House, which represents them, seriously. Only by holding ourselves accountable can we ensure that we get the basics right and demonstrate the highest standard of governance the President recently observed as DA governments in this province. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I recognize the Honorable Barnes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, let me thank the Premier for his response. And I'm sure that Premier might have noticed that the question that I've asked was mainly based on the midterm development plan. Said so, Deputy Speaker, one would want to know how the Premier would ensure inclusive growth and job creation, reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living strategic priorities as realistically incorporated into the performance targets of departments and performance agreements of each MEC, and how they are monitored by the Premier. Thank you.
Honorable members, there is one follow-up to the initial question being posed. I see the Premier.
Thank you very much. Of course, to the Honourable Barnes, thank you. It's about the MTBP, the national plan, but it's also about our provincial strategic plan, as I've said in the answer. And primarily, if she's speaking about how do we reduce poverty, how do we make sure that we build safer communities, those are all those strategic plans that are laid out in the plan itself. And then, of course, they get measured, each and every one of them. And so, for example, the apex project of this government is growth and jobs. And as I said in the answer, quite frankly, we are so far ahead of the other provinces on those, it is quite amazing. And when you go to the National Lekgotla, which I was there just 2 days ago, where we have the medium-term development plan reported on, and we have a look at the reporting there at the national level, you see every single one of those reporting matrix. You always see the Western Cape coming out as the best performing province. But of course, not all of those indicators are good enough. We've got to keep pushing. We've got to keep 21% unemployment rate. It might be by far the lowest in South Africa, but it's still way too high. And that is why it is our number one objective, is how do we make sure that we create more jobs? As a government, our job is the enabling environment, removing red tape, making sure that we're investing in infrastructure, making sure that those budgets are spent in the right place, making sure that we have good governance. I mean, that is surely the basics of any government. And Minister of Finance, again, with the release of our audit outcomes, and where every single department in this province has an unqualified audit 3 years in a row. And I mean, that is unbelievable. It is way better by miles than any other province. But that's where you've got to start, and then you've got to build on top of it. And that's why those indicators come back and show us that We are on track. We are doing well. But of course, we've just had a whole discussion on crime and how it affects our citizens. And those are things where we've got to relook at our plans. We've got to say, what do we do differently? How do we engage differently with national government? Where are we going to get the budgets from? Because, we are still the province that gets the 5th most money. The 5th most money, but we're the 3rd biggest province with one of the fastest growing populations. That puts huge pressure on our government. We've got to fight for our fair share. And of course, that all comes into those measurements and how we engage at national Lekgotla, how we engage in our own cabinet level discussions, or one-on-ones with ministers and heads of departments, accounting officers that I conduct, or on top of that, like we are going into the annual reports now, where this parliament and the standing committees have the opportunity to again also ask those hard questions. Why are we not moving the needle in this place, in this space? You report this looks good, but this is what we're picking up on the ground. That is what this parliament's job is. We put the plans together, we get measured both internally as government, but we also get measured through the parliamentary process.
I recognize the Honourable Walters.
Premier, you made reference to the fact that the Western Cape is the best province according to all indicators that we have. But in your opinion, can the Western Cape, with its established and well-deserved reputation of good governance, as endorsed by President Ramaphosa, play a role to assist other provinces?
Member, get to the question, please.
I'm busy asking my question.
Honourable members, please take your seat, member.
Oh.
Honourable members, I am currently still chairing. I've already alerted the member, and the member will get to the question. But also the previous person that that asked the question, please, it is one question as a follow-up. Yes, so I'm just telling members again, Member Walters, you may proceed.
No, that means
Member Walters?
Oh.
Please take your seat. I recognize Member Syed.
Chair, just on a procedural matter, can Member Walters speak through you to the Premier, not address the Premier directly? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Syed.
I'll continue where I left off. As endorsed by President Ramaphosa, play a role to assist other provinces ruined by corruption and mismanagement in this regard, specifically in terms of cabinet management.
I see the Premier.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much to the Honourable Walters for that follow-up question. I think, first of all, yes, I mean, we all heard it loud and clear, the President addressing municipalities and councillors within his own political party saying, you guys need to learn from the city of Cape Town and Stellenbosch on how to run a proper government and how to give proper services to your citizens. But that's not the first time that the President has said that. I remember standing next door to the President at the gates of Parliament when Parliament was burning down. And the President said then again, he's been here, he's had a look at the response of the fire teams, and he said this happens in a province and a city that is well run. It's not, he doesn't say that, he said that more than once about the Democratic Alliance. But your question is about our assistance to other provinces. And absolutely, we have assistance to other provinces. In actual fact, I think the meeting that we had at the convention centre not so long ago with our whole government alongside the whole of the KwaZulu-Natal government saying, how do we work together to improve and learn from each other? There are things that KZN do better than us, and there are things that we do perhaps better than them. And we sat down together. We spent 2 days with that whole government. I can just give you one example that was amazing. It was when Minister Bartman's team and the .B team were presenting on accruals. And we said, we don't have accruals. And they said, that cannot be. We said, no, we don't have accruals. They've got 7 billion rand in accruals. 7 billion. That means that the next year's budget, the chances are that you're not going to end up paying salaries that year. But I must say the interesting thing is straight after the 2 days meeting, their treasury went back and there's just over 2 billion in the education department. And it's in these education and health departments that the accruals really bite because they are very personnel heavy. And of course, straight away, the Treasury in KZN pulled back the management and control of the budgets in the education department, specifically to make sure that they are going to make it to the end of the year. And that was very interesting because that came out of our engagement together and really good discussion. And of course, we are open to that kind of discussion. And perhaps I should add that it was very interesting at the Lekgotla 2 days ago, is at the end of the Lekgotla, when the Deputy President ended the meeting, he said, he ended the meeting, and it was like the first approach that I had was with Premier Lesofie, and he came to me and he said to me, and we were speaking about some of the crime issues, and he's asked that we actually look at areas that we can work together, specifically around fighting crime. And of course, that we are totally open to those kinds of working together, because at the end of the day, what we have to do is build a better country. And we might have responsibility to the residents of this province, but what we do here and how we operate and where we can, we've got to show that we can deal with the big issues that are facing our country. And I noticed that, again, the Honourable Kondlo still has her 1.6 billion rand City of Cape Town issue, that she's made a little poster and she's holding a little poster up and she's all excited that there's a 1.6 billion rand investigation going in the city. And of course, it is a serious investigation. The interesting thing about that investigation is the city manager and the forensics team in the city were the ones that actually initiated the investigation. Once they'd found the fault, they are the ones that actually handed it over to the police. It was led by the city. This is called good governance. But of course, that 1.6 billion pales into insignificance when we look at one thing in the Tembisa hospital where 2 billion has disappeared into luxury houses in Camps Bay and apartments up in the top of the city here and fancy motor cars. And there wasn't the ANC-led, let's try and fix this. In the city, it is actually good governance that
Honourable
leads to that
members,
process, and
and
that is the way we're gonna
specifically,
fix crime in our country.
honourable members, thank you, Premier. Honourable members, and specifically the current member that is speaking without being recognized, you have an opportunity. As soon as the Premier has concluded, you will have an opportunity to be recognized. Premier, you may continue, or did you wrap up? Now is your opportunity, Member Nkondlo.
Enkosi Sekela Sihlalo. My question, Premier, is related to food insecurity in the province. And I'm just interested to know that the University of Western Cape actually did a study in January 2024 and find out that the lack of access to food security is reflected in the Cape Flats, and particularly, which is what I'm asking Premier, highlighted 45% of households in the township of Guguletu are food insecure, and the figure for Khayelitsha stood at 36%. Now, what exactly are you doing as your cabinet, as you said, that you are involved and you are monitoring, these type of crises in the province? So what can Guguletu and Khayelitsha people go through in as far as those programs are concerned for food insecurity? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. I see the Premier.
Thank you very much. The honourable member speaks to data points specifically in poorer areas of our region, and that's correct. But in actual fact, the 45%, if you take the data in South Africa, 45% of households in our whole country are food insecure and do not have a meal guaranteed in a full month. And in addition to the study that she's speaking about, our own policy team actually went and did a further study, and that's where we identified areas like the stunting issue amongst children and how it was getting worse. And for that example is the Khulisa Care program. So we get the data from our universities or even our own policy departments. We have a look at what it is and we say, well, then how do we expand it? And that's the Khulisa Care. We've spoken about it in the House, but perhaps for those that are tuning in for the first time or listening for the first time, that is where children are stunted. And we saw that the stunting of children was getting worse. So that is a project of where we give, as I said earlier in my initial answer, where we give high protein foods to the mom and the child in those first formation months. That is part of a violence prevention program. That is part of a sustainability of opportunity program. And that is dealing with the stunting number. And we are doing that in partnership. It's not only our departments in the province. We're doing it in partnership with the DG Murray Trust, and we thank them for their role in this. We're doing it with ShopRite, where they are helping with a voucher system that we get these 9 products of high protein, that we get them to those moms. Or perhaps it's the 500,000 learners in our province that get a meal every single day at school. But the discussion in our teams is, how do we expand that? And how do we identify where there are pockets of poverty that are not getting food, even in adults? And those are the kind of programs that we're looking at. Is what is it? Is it a school child that can take a meal home? And so we are very seriously looking at all of these things. It is a major problem in our country, and it is a major problem here. And we show that we've got these effective programs that come in, we measure them, and let's see what the difference that they make. Because obviously, if 45% of households in our country or in this province, those 45% are shown in places like Gugulethu, if we can't move that needle, how on earth are we supposed to give people opportunities to build a better life for themselves or their families? So absolutely, and I agree with it 100%.
The final question, the Honorable Barnes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I think part of my question was asking the Premier on how he keeps ministers accountable. And sadly, part of the response was more in comparison one province to another province, which we're anyway used to. But in this case, Deputy Speaker, one would also want to say, I would want to take this comparison. We know that the Western Cape is a gangster's paradise. It's an extortion province. Everything related to crime, you find it here in the Western Cape. Premier must start with a comparison there. And when he does that comparison also, he's speaking of good governance and values on how the government of the Western Cape is guided.
Please ask the question.
In going to my questions, where there's underperformance, especially in community safety, he must directly tell us the Premier as to what is the Premier doing, because it's glaring, it's out there, community safety is failing. The last time we've seen the MEC was with the Deputy Speaker that is sitting there. What's your plan to address the problem we are having? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I recognize the Premier.
So the plan was discussed for 2.5 hours yesterday in the Standing Committee, and another interpellation. If the honourable member cannot hear that, and that's why she goes time and time again, cut and paste. That's the question she asked to this honourable member. That's the question that I've got again, cut and paste. She asks the question time and time. I think it's laziness, because you need to put a question in. You've got your national leadership and your provincial leadership looking at each and every one of you and your performance. So you have to put a certain number of questions in. But please come with some original questions. Don't just cut and paste and ask the same question every couple of weeks. And then also just listen to the answers, because when you're talking, you can't actually hear the answers. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Order members, the clock is still running and you are jeopardizing the question time. Order members, those that have a question to answer or a question to ask will have their question answered. Honorable members, order members. Members, we are proceeding. I recognize Member Ngenso.
Thank you very much, Chair. I hear the Premier saying to this House that the 1.6 billion under investigation is insignificant. Does the Premier implies that?
Honorable member, is that a point of order?
No, it's a follow-up question. No. Wait.
Hmm?
Okay. Is the Premier allowed? Does that implies that the Premier is less concerned about the
Honorable
road in
member,
the city of Cape Town?
I cannot allow you to ask for questions. We have reached the limit for follow-up questions based on this question. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. We go to the next question. I recognize the honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Chair, House Chair, and thank you very much to the Leader of the Opposition for the question. 1A and B, first of all, the Premier is not given any specific powers in terms of Local Government Municipal Systems Act to investigate allegations, concerns about irregularities in municipal appointments. However, the MEC responsible for local government is empowered by the provisions of the law to assess the appointments of municipal managers and senior managers. The powers are limited only to municipal managers and senior managers. This said, the MEC can also deal with allegations of irregular appointments in terms of the monitoring and support legislation when such information is brought to his attention.
Thank you very much, Premier. I recognize the Honorable Syed.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. While we understand, and I want to thank the Premier for the response, while we understand that municipalities are autonomous, Section 139 of the Constitution empowers provinces to intervene where there is maladministration, and we've seen some of that happening. But in light of widespread complaints of nepotism in municipal appointments, can the Premier confirm in this House whether his office has ever had cause to intervene and whether there is documented evidence, such as audit findings, HR investigations, or reports of failures to advertise posts nationally, enforce minimum competency requirements, disclose past misconduct or deviations in the selection panel's composition and processes, I think.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable Premier.
I'm not actually sure, how to answer that. I mean, of course, if you give me some detail, I can probably give an answer. I mean, I get thousands of emails every single day, so I don't know. Give me the.
Order, members. Will members please allow the Premier to respond?
The honourable member in her interjection says I'm lazy. I mean, what has that got to do with this? But anyway, if the honourable member really wants, and this is a serious question, I presume, as the Leader of the Opposition, if we really need to deal with that issue, then give me the detail of that issue. I'll have a look. I can even probably look now because I have my laptop here and see exactly if I do have an email or a complaint. And then I can actually say to you what I did with that complaint.
Thank you very much, Premier. I recognize the Honourable Walters.
Yeah, mine's not office gossip. Honourable Chair, through you, Chair, I would like to ask whether Constitution section quoted by Member Said, the 139, I think it was, whether that you agree with the Leader of Opposition that section is entirely justified to be used in the utter disgusting mess that we have in eyes now.
Thank you very much, Honourable Walters. I recognize the Premier. Order, members. Order, members. Premier.
Thank you, House Chair, and thank you to the honourable member for the question. I must say I'll actually repeat some discussion that was had amongst the premiers at the PCC probably about a year ago, where across all provinces, we have got a lot of questions about Section 139 and how Section 139 doesn't really empower provinces to do what they need to do. I mean, there's no doubt that there is huge problems in Knysna. And they've been coming on for years, and this province now has been spending millions on trying to help that municipality, whether it's removing the rubbish piles, whether it is helping them get the dead bodies out of the water system, whether it is charging them with the green scorpions because of they're not just higher than admissible rates of E. coli in the system. I mean, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of parts per million more than what are permissible. Whether it is the sewage that is running down the streets in Hornley. I mean, there are some serious issues in that municipality. We've done the initial 139s. We've asked for the plans on how they're going to improve. We've sent engineers. We've funded programs. We've looked at the water pumps that are sitting at some repair shop that haven't been paid for and can't be inserted again. We've looked at all of that. And of course, we got to a stage where we said, let's try 139. 139 has been said, no, it's not necessary. The town is running well. The speaker and the mayor said, yes, no, we're all fine, and gave the NCOP the power to say, don't 139. Well, that's fine. That's what the NCOP have chosen. That's what the town have chosen, and they must continue to run their town. Obviously, they don't want the province to come and help or intervene in any way, and that's fine. You know, there'll be an election coming up in a year's time, and the citizens must decide once again. But I do want to say that I don't think 139 is working in our country. It is similar comments from MECs of local government and premiers in all provinces saying we need to relook at that section in our constitution, because there are many failed local authorities in South Africa that are just not giving the services that our citizens need. And we do need a revamp of that legislation.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. I recognize the Honourable Member Syed.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair, and thank you to the Premier for also bringing in the Knysna matter, because in a sense, it also, I'm seeing a bit of a contrast. I'm reminded of when the current mayor was elected and the Premier's tone and approach around the working together and the intergovernmental relation aspect was very different to his tone now. So I wonder who's really leading this particular cabinet, MEC Bredell or the Premier, but that's besides the point. Leadership is not about shifting blame. Will the Premier, given the facts that the Premier has raised, will the Premier commit today in this House to table before this House a list of all the allegations of irregular municipal appointments that have been reported to his office in the last 3 years, and the action taken, and given that formal complaints have been lodged with institutions such as the Public Protector, the Information Regulator, the South African Human Rights Commission, regarding the municipal manager of Hessequa, Mr. Albert de Klerk, how does his office reconcile its oversight role with such serious allegations that point to a systemic pattern of nepotism, jobs for pals, and selective practices in municipal appointments? Thank you.
So, House Chair, first of all, that was 2 questions in one, and considering the previous ruling, I probably should just elect to answer one, but I'll answer both. So first of all, I think referring back to Knysna and the 139, I think I've said what I needed to say, but I mean the side remark about who runs this cabinet. I mean, he can say whatever he wants to say, but I can tell you I do. And I was chairing the cabinet when the 139 decision was made. And it is a tough decision to make to go through a full 139. You don't take it lightly. And it's interesting because even the words of the leader of the opposition says, we're trying to play politics with the town. Well, the interesting thing about this town and the playing politics with this town is at the end of the NCOP discussion and the statements that were made and it's decided that no, the province cannot intervene. Within hours, the mayor and the municipal manager then approaches Minister Bradell and says, okay, now that that's out of the way, please can you come and help our municipality? I mean, what on earth? How is that possible? How is that possible?
Order, members.
We offer to do full interventions, and in actual fact, many of those officials were the ones that were saying, please, you need to follow through with the interventions because we give up in the management of this town. But at the end of the day, a decision has been made. We will abide by that decision. We will continue playing
Honourable
our
Premier,
role.
can I please ask you to take your seat? And I'm sorry to interrupt you. Honourable members, when you ask a question, I assume that you want an answer. That might not be the answer that you want, but that is the answer that is provided. And before the Premier indicated about the 2 questions in one, that is what the table staff brought under my attention and which I confirmed, but the Premier was already up to answer the question. Can I please ask members to allow the Premier to answer the question posed by the member? Thank you, Premier. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. And so then getting to the question about the data about a municipality, I'm very happy to give, as we would do in any question, but I would ask the honourable member to just put that piece that you put in writing to me. Obviously, whatever comes to me is one part, but it's also to local government, because as I said in the original answer to this question, we have 2 different separate roles. And obviously, we will give the full answer to all of those questions that he has asked.
Thank you, Premier. Can I just confirm with the table staff there is a final opportunity on this question? No questions? Thank you very much. We then move to the following question, which is a question that stood over from Thursday, the 18th of September 2025. As agreed to by the House, I recognize the Honourable Minister Simmers.
Thank you, House Chairperson, and thank you to the Honourable Vessels for the question. Again, in terms of my portfolio, context is very important, so the Honourable Member fully understands my response. The Contractor Development Programme, or CDP, is implemented under the Department of Infrastructure's Extended Public Works Programme, or EPWP. It is designed to support the development of emerging contractors in the engineering and built environment sector. The program focuses on enhancing skills and business acumen to enable contractors to operate independently and competitively in the open market. And although the CDP does not directly create or allocate work or business opportunities to participating contractors, it provides them with the necessary skills and knowledge to pursue opportunities in the broader construction industry. The program encourages contractors to apply their training and experience to secure work independently. Now to the A part of the Honourable Member's question. Over the 5-year period from 2021 to 2024-25 financial year, the CDP has trained and supported contractors through 4 key annual interventions, which I will unpack for you soon. The average number of contractors trained per intervention per financial year, which is your B part, is as follows. Firstly, intervention 1, which is construction information sessions or expos. In the year 2021, we assisted 43. 21-22, we nearly doubled that to 75. In the year 22-23, we nearly increased that 4-fold to 234. In 23-24, we assisted 290, and in the financial year that has passed, 24-25, 360. In terms of the structured training program, in 2020-2021 financial year, 37. In year 21-22, 43. In 22-23, 35. In year 23-24, 20. And in year 24-25, 50, which is the most of this period of reporting to you. Then advanced training and mentoring, which does require the SMMEs to reach a certain point before they can get advanced training from us. In 2020-21, 20 of them. In 21-22, 26. In 22-23, 41. In 23-24, 39. In 24-25, 31. Then our customized training program, which focuses on specific fields within our sector, which is unique to our province. The year 2021, 50 of them. 21-22, 24. We had a bit of a dip in 22, 23, it went down to 19, then it went up again in 23, 24 to 31, and we're nearly at our peak because in 24, 25 we assisted 38, and I believe in the current year that will be actually increasing quite substantively. In terms of training and mentoring interventions, because some of them are multiple, they traverse multiple financial years, it should be noted that the Department of Infrastructure remains committed to empowering contractors through targeted development initiatives that promote sustainable participation in the construction sector or industry in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Simmers. I recognize the member that posed the question, Member Wessels.
Thank you very much. Minister, so I note the key focus of the department on the education and the capacity building, particularly ensuring that the contractors gain the knowledge and experience to ultimately become or take part in some of the bigger projects. So does the department have a tracking tool or a system in place that monitors the development and the progress of the contractors after they have participated in the contractor development program in order to assess their growth and their potential over time? Thanks.
Thank you, Member. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable House-Chair, to the member. The Department of Infrastructure's Contractor Development Program implements interventions that facilitate the potential development of emerging contractors within the engineering and built environment through skills and mentoring programs. The Department of Infrastructure is therefore committed to achieving growth and transformation within the construction and infrastructure sector as a whole within the Western Cape. Now, while the department's strategic focus is fundamentally aligned with the sustainable long-term growth of emerging contractors, we currently do not utilize a single dedicated digital tracking tool specifically designed for comprehensive post-program monitoring. Instead, the department currently uses a phased approach of leveraging existing government systems and reporting mechanisms to gain essential insights into contractor progress, utilizing data available on the Construction Industry Development Board, or the CIDB system, and the Central Supplier Database as well. Now, the CIDB grading advancement is a monitoring tool which we use to actually see and track how far they are within the industry annually. So we do procure this data and these records annually as well. We also do ad hoc follow-ups and qualitative reporting, and we do this by gathering data through engagements actually with these emerging contractors post the training to gather input on their progress, and we also identify areas of further support such as advanced mentoring and or enterprise development, which again in the current year we are, or 24, 25, 31 have been identified for that program. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I recognize the Honourable Member Nkondlo.
Thank you, Minister. Of these programs that you have mentioned, I note that the info sessions, assuming these are just meetings for people to come and listen to information, out of the 360, which is the maximum, how many of them, if you do track, have actually gotten any contract even within your department?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Honourable House Chair, through you, if I can respond to the member with the exact data for 24, 25 in writing. I will need to go back because there are different types of contracts which we do procure and actually facilitate monthly. So I do have to look at it because some of the contracts are monthly, some of them are quarterly or even annual contracts with our department in terms of maintenance and upgrading. So it covers various aspects, which I will then provide to the House and the member in detail.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Any other follow-up questions on this question, Honourable Member Nkondlo?
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. I just want to understand from Minister, the participants to these programs, in as far as the grading of CIDB as it stands, at what level in the main are some of your participants?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Minister?
Honourable House Chair, indeed, a fair chunk of those who attend our info sessions tend to be grade 1 to 3. We have seen advancements where many of them migrate to CIDB grading 4 and 5, general or specific technical fields. the highest subcontractor who's actually on one of our project sites, and it comes to mind, is now actually migrating to a 6, which means that company, because they've migrated through all of these processes, went through the various stages of CIDB grading, and they're now at a stage where we are actually utilizing them at the Van Scoorsdrift site, which is why I can say that they are on the way to becoming a grade 6 CIDB grade. But in terms of engineering, which means at the moment we are building 5 bridges. They've actually done 2 of those bridges for us, and they're proudly from the Western Cape.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Final opportunity for follow-up on this specific question. Recognize Honourable Member Nkontlo.
Are any of these programs managed to attract successful women contractors?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister.
Again, House Chair, I will go beyond the period which I've answered the Honourable Vessels to, because I've addressed a graduation ceremony, 2 of them this year, one in the metro boundary and one in the West Coast in Saldanha Bay, where more than 60% of the successful participants to complete were Wali-owned, women-owned construction companies. So I am proud to say that we are seeing more and more women actually entering this field, utilizing the training, and some of them, again, which will be part of the report, or handing over through to you and the House, Honourable House Chair, you will see there are a number of women-owned companies which have gone into grading status as well.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister Simmers. That deals with question 3 that stood over from the 18th of September 2025. We will now move to question 7, also a question that stood over from the 18th of September 2025. I now recognize the Honourable Minister Mackenzie.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson, and thank you, Honourable Member, for the question, which is what specific programs and initiatives does the Department have in place to preserve, promote, and celebrate our rich history, particularly in working class and rural communities that are often so excluded from the province's cultural investment. If I may just say, the last part of the question is a statement, it is not a question. Cultural and working class and rural communities are not excluded from the province's cultural investment. In fact, like many other places in our communities, they get their rightful place in our allocated budget. There is a Honourable House Chairperson. I've given the Honourable Member 4 pages of answers so that no one can say he did not give him any details of where the investment is. My colleague wants me to reach every single ordinance. But I do think I will submit the formal answer to my colleague because he's quite data heavy like we are. We're data-driven government. But I do want to say, Honourable Member, we do invest in our communities to celebrate, promote, and our diverse culture in the Western Cape, including the wonderful Lirio Nama book that I've distributed early on. But the full technical details is available, which I will submit to the House. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister Mackenzie. I recognize the Honourable Minister, or rather Honourable Member Ngedzu.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Unfortunately, yes, whilst I'll appreciate the material which is going to send to me, but in the best interest of our people and those who are listening, they will be deeply interested to understand the location, right, of these programs and the impact the programs are making. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. It seems like you will have to go into your few pages, Honourable Minister. Order, members. Order, members. Minister, please proceed.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson, my Honourable Deirdre Baartman, who said leaders are readers, but I will start with the first one. Let me start with museums on page number 2. Many provincial aided museums are located in small towns and in rural areas such as Worcester, Tulbagh, and Beaufort West. They provide exhibitions and education programs that reflect on local histories. A list of 32 affiliated museums, and I'm not going to bore the honourable members of the House with all 32 museums. They are here for reference on this list. But I will say, honourable members, that we do celebrate all our culture, heritage in the museums. I'm very privileged. We've recently launched the Almal project. The Almal project is archives, libraries, museums, and languages, where I've participated myself at the Boerkaap Museum, where we invited people in the communities to come and tell their stories. It's not just about a certain storytelling, it's about the capturing of the important histories that I don't want anyone to find on ChatGTP. I want the people who's still alive to tell their stories. And no one can manufacture these stories. We've done a similar exercise in Genadendal, and I will certainly invite the honorable member to Lilwandle, where we do the next museum, because it's important for these stories to be told by people that are still alive, so you can hear some of the nuances and the funny jokes that come with these stories. That is how our culture and our heritage benefits us, so that in 100 years from now, it's not my version, it's the version of the auntie or the uncle, as in the case of the Boerkaap, that told the story as it was told before her. It's an important part of investing in our culture and our heritage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognize the Honourable Van Minnen.
Thank you very much, House Chair. What evaluation processes are in place to assess the impact of these heritage initiatives on community participation, cultural preservation, and local economic development? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Minister.
Honourable Member, obviously there's a formal and a technical evaluation process, which I can submit the details through. But I really find that for me, and my experience, I was on SAFM, sorry, on RSV Radio Sonder Grense, and people called in that morning to say, waar kan hulle almal se stories gaan bere? Honorable, thank you for your benefit. Where can they deposit their stories? They want their stories for government to retain their stories as told by their forefather. To me, that speaks volume, that people could call into a radio station to deposit their stories, so government can safeguard their stories. So if somebody didn't go to the archive, they called into a radio station. I think that tells me that people want government to preserve their stories. And that, to me, from my experience, was a great monitoring tool, that somebody can phone into a radio station and say, where can government safeguard our stories and our histories? But in any process, there's a formal investigational tool done by the department. Each of these 32 affiliations, museums have a museum, have a board and a governance structure that oversees them. And if I can just say something that, again, at the riem onder my hart gesit when we went to Robertson Museum, Minister Marais will be happy to know that the museum, when we went to a meeting there at the Robertson Museum, of all places in this province, Robertson Museum, there was nearly 40 to 50 people waiting for us there. But they wanted to know what more we can do to build a museum. If you ever want a monitoring and evaluation tool, it's not something that you put in a book. It's community members coming to a museum for a meeting about the museum. It wasn't a safety and security meeting, wasn't a meeting about food and food parcels, a social development minister, Jaco Lond. It was a meeting about a museum. And that to me was just wonderful, that 40 people would come, would deem a meeting of social development less important, so community safety less important, and came to visit me in a museum about a museum. That was the greatest monitoring tool ever. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognize the Honourable Member Mgensu.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and thanks, Member Van Minnen, for that question. I was close to posing it. Given these noble programs, what qualitative impact are they making to our people in the communities which the MEC has outlined?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Let me stick with Robertson Museum. The youngster that came there, Honourable Glensu, you can go on your Facebook page. They run a radio station from the museum. If you ever want qualitative data, young people using the museum for the benefit of the community, it is wonderful. If you search on your Facebook page, Robertson Museum, you'll find it there. That to me is more qualitative than anything else. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. And the final follow-up opportunity, Member Mgensu.
Now, given the few, the one area you have been concentrating on, then one is to be interested on the most area of concentration for this program, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can you please repeat your question, Honourable Member?
Yeah. One is deeply interested on the the most area of concentration for these programs and activities? Where are they largely concentrated?
Oh, okay, no, fair enough.
Beyond Worcester. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Just wait until I recognize you, Minister.
Oh, sorry.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
Maybe in a hurry, Chair.
Statistically speaking, it will be the city of Cape Town because they got 68% of the population. So that we will be where the most of the support will be concentrated. But we are looking at our smaller towns. We are investing more in our rural areas because we know that they get less. But statistically speaking, for the foreseeable future, it will be the city of Cape Town by virtue of the size.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. That deals with that specific question number 7. I was also informed, and for the information of the members and the procedural staff, that question 3 that stood over from the 25th of September 2025 will also be standing over, as well as previously indicated question 2. We will then now proceed to question 3, and I recognize the Honourable Minister Maree.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Thank you, Honourable Van Minnen, for asking this question. 2,269 confiscated weapons were destroyed in 2025. And part B of the question, in compliance with Head Office Directive referenced 27521 and dated 21st of July 2014, all firearms are to be transported to the designated facility in Silverton, Pretoria, for destruction. The process is undertaken in accordance with prescribed procedures to ensure full adherence to regulatory and legal requirements.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognize the Honourable Member Van Minnen.
Thank you, Madam House Chair. My question is whether there is an audit or oversight mechanism in place to ensure transparency and accountability in the weapons destruction process.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I recognize Honourable Minister Maree.
Thank you again, Honourable Van Minnen. The SAP's National Annual Report required to publish regular reports on their weapon destruction activities, how many weapons have been destroyed and the challenges faced, and a comprehensive audit trail is created and maintained, which is available for independent review by internal auditors, third parties, and if necessary, international bodies. And furthermore, a clear chain of custody is important for maintaining accountability. Weapons are tracked from the point they are seized, collected or surrendered to the point of destruction with regular checkpoints for verification. And then our police oversight, community safety monitoring evaluation team do random investigation or spot checks in the offices, in the substations, at the evidence register, SAP 13, that is what the register is called, to confirm that all confiscated items, including weapons, are safely locked away in the safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister Maree. I recognize the Honourable Member Ngensu.
Thank you very much, Chair. MEC, of the confiscated firearms destroyed, how many were linked to murders in the province or anywhere in the country?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Ngensu, for the question. Unfortunately, I don't have that stats. Our stats, the national stats, will be released soon. We're not sure when. The acting Professor Kachali must still let us know the date, and then we will have the exact how many weapons are linked to murders. And then I will give it to you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognize the Honourable Van Minnen.
Thank you very much, House Chair. My question is, are there any delays or backlogs in the destruction process due to the use of only one facility?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister Maree.
Thank you again for the follow-up question, Honourable Van Minnen. We don't have any complaint from the provincial commissioner about delays, but what I can mention, hulle vernietig elke kwartaal vuurwapens, and they call it a mass destruction of all firearms which are due for destruction. And the time and date of the transportation is kept secret to minimize the risks. But as the Western Cape government, we advocate for a local firearm destruction site and have taken positive steps towards the realization of such a site in a province. And it will be in Atlantis at this moment. They're looking at 2 places. It will be in Atlantis, and we've allocated also 500,000 towards this destruction site. And this will further minimize the risk of having to transport firearms to the north of the country for destruction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Mare. The final opportunity, I recognize the Honourable Member Ngensu.
Thank you very much. Chair, you will bear with me. Given the MEC's response, one therefore has to give some context. The firearms which were destroyed this year were certainly confiscated years back or so, meaning where the ballistic reports are already out and data is available in respect to whether those firearms were linked with murders of the period under review or what. We're not talking about firearms confiscated in the last few months or so. I think it was important that at least I clarify that I give the context for clarity purposes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member. I was going to caution you on making a statement, but you did direct your question. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister Mare.
Thank you. Thank you again for the question. As I've understand, you want to know if the firearm is linked to a murder. Unfortunately, I don't have that information. I will ask for our General Patkili to give it to me, and I will provide it to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. That deals with question 3. We have a few seconds left. Questions for oral reply? Order, honourable members. That deals with the time, and it's just in time. So that is the end of questions for oral reply. Outstanding replies will be printed in the Hansard. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 145, we now deal with statements by members. There will now be an opportunity for member statements of 2 minutes each. I recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Honourable Chair, international trade and investment are critical factors that affect the development of nations. South Africa is still a country stricken with immense poverty and hardship, and it's therefore vital that we ensure everything possible is done to attract more investment into our country and that the goods we produce here have clear access to lucrative international markets. In simple terms, foreign investment and international trade translate into more jobs for our people. With that in mind, I would like to commend the proactive efforts taken by the Western Cape government to make sure that the Western Cape is positioned as an investor-friendly and export-ready region. Recently, the Premier visited the US, while the Minister of Infrastructure visited Brazil. These visits undoubtedly strengthened the relations between these nations and South Africa. The Western Cape government is obsessed with creating the conditions where job creation can blossom. And working closely with international partners is a key part of that mission. Where the DA governs, we make sure that the issue of unemployment is attacked from all angles, and I look forward to hearing in more detail the outcomes of these visits with our key economic partners and the benefits they hold for the people of the Western Cape and South Africa. And Chair, perhaps if I can add, I think this was an exercise where, in tandem with the national government, in the spirit of the GNU, effort was made, and it was a cooperative effort to really assist one another. So thank you very much.
Thank you, member. Can I then recognize the ANC?
Thank you, House Chairperson. The ANC is deeply disappointed and strongly condemns the decision of the DA-led Bergrivier municipality to impose a mere 10-day unpaid suspension and a final written warning on an employee found guilty of a sexual harassment, a sanction that the Western Cape Labour Court itself described as totally unacceptable and wholly irrational in relation to the evidence. This lenient and deeply inadequate response is not an isolated incident, but a reflection of a broader and troubling pattern within the Democratic Alliance and its structures of governance. Like those before them, the current DA leadership seems to hold the outdated and patriarchal view that women belong in the kitchen and not in positions of power or respect. We have seen this clearly in the case of Farrell Payne, who was shielded by the system until his quiet retirement. And we are seeing it again in the mishandling of serious allegations against the HOD of local government, a senior official who, like others, appears to enjoy political protection despite facing serious allegation. The latest case in Bergrivier is part of that same pattern, a culture of impunity, denial, and disregard for the safety and dignity of female employees. While we are deeply dismayed, we are neither shocked nor surprised. This is a DA's track record. We have already referred the Western Cape government's mishandling of GBV and sexual harassment cases to the Commission for Gender Equality. And today, we call upon the CGE to include this Bergrivier matter as part of its ongoing investigation into the DA-led provincial government and its municipalities. I thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, member. I now recognize the Patriotic Alliance.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I rise today that this House notes with grave concern the recent suspension of SASSA grants, which include pensions and disability benefits, leaving many vulnerable beneficiaries across the Western Cape without their only source of income. Honourable Member, these grants are not luxuries, they are lifelines. The elderly people with disabilities and impoverishment families are entirely dependent on these funds for food, medication, and basic survival. Yet instead of receiving care and dignity, beneficiaries are now forced to camp outside SASSA office overnight, desperation, hoping to be assisted the following day. Even more alarming, many recipients have reported that their grants were stopped because they received external money from family or friends. In most cases, not even significant amounts. SASSA now claims that grant beneficiaries are not allowed to receive any external financial assistance, and those affected are told they may only reapply after 3 months. Honourable Member, this is not only unacceptable, it is inhuman. Without the help of family and friends, recipients simply cannot survive on SASSA alone, particularly in the current economic climate, which is at its worst. What is even more concerning is that National has access to private bank accounts and thus the personal lives of beneficiaries, drawing conclusions and making assumptions without properly investigating the facts. This raises serious questions about both the fairness and the dignity with which vulnerable citizens are being treated. To deny people their rightful support, to strip them of their dignity and to leave them in limbo for months is a violation of their most basic human rights. Therefore, Honourable Member, I move that this House expresses its outrage at the inhuman treatment of beneficiaries, calls on SASSA to urgently reinstate all suspended grants, and demands immediate intervention to ensure that no vulnerable citizen in the Western Cape is left destitute because of bureaucratic failure and disregard for the well-being. Thank you.
Thank you, member. I now recognize the DA.
It is with great sadness that we note the passing of Dr. Jane Goodall, the world-renowned primatologist and humanitarian who's left us at the age of 91. Dr. Goodall dedicated her life to the study of chimpanzees in the forests of Tanzania, reshaping forever our understanding of the natural world, and indeed of ourselves. Through her observation and boundless curiosity, she revealed to humanity that we are not separate from nature, but a part of it. That our closest relatives in the animal kingdom share with us not only tools and intellect, but emotion, community, and compassion. Her work bridged the gap between science and empathy. She reminded us that when knowledge without kindness is hollow, and that true understanding comes when we recognize the dignity of all living beings. Beyond her research, Dr. Goodall became a tireless advocate for conservation, education, and peace, founding the Jane Goodall Institute and inspiring generations to protect our shared planet. Her legacy is written in scientific journals, and in countless hearts she stirred to care more deeply for the earth and all who inhabit it. As we mourn her passing, we also celebrate a life of purpose, a life that taught us to look into the eyes of another creature and see a reflection of our own humanity. May her life's work continue to move us towards compassion, stewardship, and understanding, an aspiration that has never been more important than in these trying times. May she rest in peace.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. The EFF welcomes the great work conducted by the South African Police Services Commercial Crime Investigation Unit in its efforts to tackle crime and corruption head-on within the City of Cape Town municipality. This latest probe saw SAPS detectives and external stakeholders execute a large coordinated operation at 26 addresses across the metro, which are linked to the City of Cape Town staff members, officials, and members of the criminal syndicate who are engaged in corruption relating to the awarding of tenders within the municipality. The alleged fraud and maladministration graph within the municipality is estimated to be around 1.6 billion, with investigators said to have seized documents and electronic evidence relating to matters involving municipal procurement processes. This move is long overdue, as calls have been made for a very long time now for the city to be cleaned up, because the money that is at stake belongs to the public and should be used for public purposes to benefit the same public, and not politically linked bodies and criminals in suits masquerading as councillors and municipal government officials. This move will also serve as a testament at its conclusion that this DA-led City of Cape Town is as corrupt as any other municipality in South Africa. The DA has long pushed a propaganda that it runs a clean government until cracks of corruption and maladministration within the administration is exposed, as was with the case of Malusi Boy and others, and then the party starts to distance itself from those individuals. It also raises questions regarding oversight on the part of those running the DA. How are all of these things happening under their watch if they themselves claim not to be part and parcel of this whole criminal syndicate? The DA's stance that they are running a clean government is not only a might but a blatant lie against those who follow the party and those who reside in areas where this party govern. In conclusion, Chairperson, the EFF calls on the police, whistleblowers, and like-minded stakeholders who are against crime and corruption to double the efforts in rooting out corruption and arresting all those, including politicians, involved in these heinous crimes which continue to rob communities of proper service delivery. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Member. I now recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today to express a deep concern about the escalation of bullying and gang violence in schools across the Western Cape. According to recent report, IOL 2025, during the first 2 terms of 2025, 523 children in the province were victims of bullying, and 422 cases of assault were recorded on school premises. A much disturbingly part is that there were also 32 stabbings. Thankfully, none were fatal. However, this demonstrates the seriousness of the problem at our schools. Schools are a place for learning and development. It is unacceptable that learners must endure physical threats, emotional trauma, intimidation, and bullying in places that should be sanctuaries of learning and growth. Some children are pushed to the brink. Parents have told of learners refusing to attend schools, failing behind in their studies, and even expressing suicidal thoughts. We call on the Western Cape Education Department that the Department of Police, Community Oversight and Social Development and all other relevant agencies to act decisively. We call on the collaboration and coordination in joint task force that places school safety at the center of planning with clear roles and accountability across education, policing, social services, and community structures, along with preventive programs that include learner support, life skill education and conflict resolution training, anti-bullying campaigns, and mental health support in schools. Every child has the right to a safe and nurturing learning environment. We must not allow gangs and police to hijack our schools. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, member. I recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Honourable House Chair, as we observe Social Development Month this October, the Democratic Alliance in the Western Cape takes this moment to honour and to celebrate the immeasurable value of our older persons, the elders in our families, our communities, and our society at large. Every year on 1 October, we mark International Day of Older Persons. This year, we do so under the powerful theme, Older Persons Driving Local and Global Action, Our Aspirations, Our Well-Being, and Our Rights. House Chair, this is a reminder that our elders are active contributors to our communities, carriers of wisdom and custodians of our shared values and traditions. Their lived experiences guide us, their resilience inspires us. Here in the Western Cape, the Department of Social Development continues to prioritize the well-being of our older persons. With an increased budget from 231 million rand to 254 million in the next financial year, we are investing in dignity, care, and support. House Chair, the department funds over 112 residential facilities, 25 assisted living centers, and 151 community-based service centers that provide not only meals and recreational activities, but also a sense of belonging. Importantly, the department also acts swiftly on reports of elder abuse because every older person has the right to live in safety and dignity. We also want to thank the Western Cape Department of Social Development and the many NGOs, NPOs, and volunteers who dedicate their time and energy to care for our elders. Whether through donations, volunteering, or simply showing up to connect, you are making a difference. Let us continue to build a society where older persons are respected, protected, and empowered to thrive. I thank you, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Freedom Front Plus tabled a subject for debate today that unlocked a lot of excitement, and I've been informed that extra chairs had to be brought in for those who came today to listen to a topic that addressed their needs. Now, the Western Cape Parliament ultimately belongs to the people, and it was good to see them present here. I want to address the issue of the Western Cape Cultural Commission, who I believe can do much more to emphasize the needs and the urgent focus that is needed on the Khoi, the San, and the Griqua and their heritage and their language. Now, Minister, I want to thank you for what you've distributed today. But my job as the opposition is to hold you accountable on behalf of my party. And I want to emphasize the importance of mentioning the Khoi and the San and the Griqua and whichever cultural group you're focusing on in your reports, because they don't feature at all in your strat plan for the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognize the Al-Jama.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's blessings always be upon him, said, خيركم من تعلم القرآن وعلمه. The best amongst you is those who learn the Quran and who teaches it. I thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize the ACDP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The ACDP has no statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize Good Party.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, late on Tuesday evening and Wednesday morning, police raids were carried out, and at the heart of the raids was the city of Cape Town. This is a sobering reminder that while this government never misses an opportunity to boast about being better than everyone else, the truth may be that they're simply better at hiding. Because when SAPS arrives with warrants linked to tender fraud on the scale of 1.6 billion rand, we're compelled to ask, how did the city manage to have all these so-called clean audits? What lies beneath the glossy reports if billions of rand of public money are under investigation? In this term of office since 2021, the City of Cape Town has had more raids by the Hawks and Commercial Crimes Unit of SAPS than during all the previous terms combined. We have contracts with gangsters, a former MACO member charged with fraud and corruption, the raiding of 2 current MACO members' offices, and now the raids conducted yesterday. In the last 2 or 3 years, we've had 1.8 billion rand housing corruption scandal, the 386 million rand waste management corruption scandal, and now the 1.6 billion rand urban mobility corruption scandal. It is the DA that has politicized clean audits by claiming they represent something that most of us know they do not. The fact that the City of Cape Town can receive clean audits while their procurement processes are so porous and the administration is so riddled with allegations of corruption, currently amounting to nearly 4 billion rand, must raise questions about both the claim of a clean audit, but more importantly, what does it actually tell any member of the public about the state of governance? Clearly, something is either misrepresented about the auditing process, or the clean audit does not equal clean governance. To make matters worse, while an effective scoper can interrogate ministers, DGs, HODs, CEOs of state-owned entities in full public view, the City of Cape Town closes the workings of their MPAC committee, hiding the corruption, irregular expenditure, and wasteful expenditure from scrutiny. Thank you.
Time up. Thanks a lot, Honorable Member. I now recognize the DA.
House Chair, this week the Western Cape once again proved why it remains the best run province in South Africa. For the 3rd consecutive year, every single one of our 14 provincial departments and 11 entities received unqualified audits from the Auditor General. That's a hat trick of excellence in governance. These results are proof that under a democratic alliance government, taxpayers' money is respected, protected, and put to work for the people. They show that the Western Cape runs on accountability, transparency, and professionalism, the hallmarks of a capable state. And the results speak for themselves. The Western Cape has created 89% of all net jobs in South Africa since 2020. Unemployment here stands at 21.2%, the lowest in the country. The business confidence index is higher than the national average. And our small business sector has exploded from 330,000 to 404,000 SMMEs in just 2 years. House Chair, these achievements are no accident. They are a product of a government that values every rand, that plans responsibly, and that puts service delivery above politics. While other provinces are drowning in mismanagement and corruption, the Western Cape continues to prove that clean governance and economic growth go hand in hand. To the thousands of dedicated public servants who make this possible, thank you. Your work is setting the standard for what good governance looks like in South Africa. House Chair, 3 years of clean audits show one simple truth, that where the DA governs, good governance and prosperity follows.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 145.6, I now give one or more members of the executive present an opportunity to respond to member statements for not more than 5 minutes collectively. I recognise the Honourable Minister Simmers.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Indeed, as the Honourable Thomas Walters alluded, the Premier did lead a delegation to the USA, and I was part of the delegation, and afterwards I then continued on to Sao Paulo in Brazil. In terms of the Premier's focus on the USA, we visited the Washington and also Atlanta. In terms of the visit to Washington, it focused on the impact or the implication of a 30% tariff, noting that the USA is one of our biggest trading partners as a region, but also in our country. But also to inform them that in focusing on the Western Cape's export into the USA, as much as the impact of jobs are going to be impacted in our province, the impact on the USA side in certain of the states will also be impacted by this tariff. And we estimate it's between 30 to 100,000 on the USA side that will be impacted. Also to reaffirm that some of the key investments in our province, which are active projects, include NASA, Amazon, to name but a few, which we focus on. In terms of Atlanta, again, Atlanta is part of the Regional Leaders Forum, a forum that was started in 2002. That was also to reaffirm the attendance of the forum, but also to assess what other sharing of knowledge we can impart between our two states. In terms of Sao Paulo, the focus again was to reaffirm the visit or attendance of the Regional Leaders Summit, which will be the 12th RLS session. The Western Cape is the host, and Sao Paulo will be the host in 2 years' time. So to confirm the attendance of the delegation, which will include what they call a deputy governor or deputy premier in terms of attendance. The remainder of my visit focused on infrastructure as a whole, but also to learn, because this is a region or a state that has a police force, which is one of the aspects I focused on, but also how infrastructure plays a role in terms of mobility and other elements of infrastructure as a whole, given that Sao Paulo has 42 million residents as a state, and the city of Sao Paulo itself nearly has almost half of the population of the state, and to ascertain how, in terms of innovation, they are ensuring that infrastructure and partnering with the private sector through various legal frameworks, they've managed to actually over the last 3 years accelerate their delivery and output in terms of infrastructure. And as such, these both visits are crucial for sharing of knowledge, but also to ensure that our partners understand that we are a province that is open to investment, but also open to sharing our knowledge where it is feasible if possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister Simmers. I recognise the Honourable Minister Baartman.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Chair, I just want to clarify something that, because maybe people don't understand what a clean audit means. A clean audit does not mean nothing is going to ever go wrong. It means that you're honest about what is happening in your government. It means that you're not hiding information. It means that if there's something goes wrong, that you're going to report on it, and how are you going to deal with a particular matter. In the city of Cape Town specifically, the city of Cape Town was called the police to come and raid syndicates. The city brought the SAPS in to raid and investigate suspected malfeasance by the officials, and it demonstrates the actions of a responsible city that will not tolerate crime or corruption. The police raid in and of itself came after an internal investigation by the city of Cape Town, which was led by the city manager and resulted in evidence which was then referred to SAPS. So we will congratulate the city of Cape Town for having a no-tolerance stance against corruption. House Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister Baartman. I saw Honourable Minister Mayne. Order members, can we please afford members of the executive to respond? Thank you.
Thank you to the honourable member who raised the issue of safety in our schools. I have of course outlined the extensive measures which we have put in place to deal with the matters to which he referred, both in this House and in the Standing Committee on Education. And that includes, of course, the very substantial investment of about 90 million rand over 3 years into school resource officers, which we believe will go a long way to keeping schools safe here in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister Mackenzie.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson, and thank you, Honourable Member. The Western Cape Cultural Council certainly promotes languages in the Western Cape. All our books are published in all 3 official languages, as you all would have received. But we'll certainly, the second part of your question, if I understand correctly, we'll certainly do more to promote all our languages.
Thank you very much, Minister. That deals with the time afforded for members of the executive to respond. Honourable members, we now move to motions without notice in terms of Rule 150. I will afford the opportunity to members to move motions without notice as per Standing Rule 153D and as per the compiled list. Members are reminded that the 30 minutes as per Standing Rule 153D will start now. I recognise the Honourable Member van Minnen.
Madam House Chair, I move without notice, but the House notes with alarm and concern the discrepancies between the South African Police Service's initial statement from last week pertaining to the recent Bellville operation and arrests, and the official case docket relating to the incident. SAPS first reported 8 suspects arrested and 8 illegal pistols seized, yet the docket records only 6 suspects, 6 AK-47 rifles and 6 pistols, raising serious questions about the integrity of the case proceedings and chain of custody processes, and notes that this incident may be but one example of the current shortcomings in successfully processing serious incidents. Further notes that despite the seriousness of the arrests, the suspects were subsequently released, underscoring a systematic failure where arrests are not matched by successful prosecutions. Acknowledges that illegal firearms continue to circulate freely in communities across the Western Cape, fueling gang violence, extortion, and murder, in part because the conviction rate for illegal firearm possession remains at a shocking 5%. Recognizes that without proper follow-through, including thorough investigations, watertight case dockets, competent prosecutions, and strong convictions all the way up the criminal value chain, even the most promising operations will fail to deliver lasting impact and instead offer only short-lived relief. And therefore, as all members agreed to in this House last week, we call for urgent police reform, including the devolution of policing powers to ensure provincial oversight and accountability, to prevent such failures of process from recurring, and to restore public trust in the justice system. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an Thank you very much, members. I heard it the first time. There is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognise the Honourable Member van Minnen.
Thank you very much, Madam House Chair. I move without notice that the House notes with deep concern that it has now been 21 days since the Acting Minister of Police, Professor Kachalia, demanded a resourcing plan for the 13 priority South African Police Service precincts in the Western Cape. And yet no such plan has been delivered. Further notes that in this time, additional children have fallen victim to gang-related violence on our streets, as organized criminal networks continue to operate with impunity while critical crime-fighting resources remain absent. Acknowledges that approximately 90% of gang-related murders in South Africa occur in the Western Cape, yet SAPS has failed to bolster its presence in this province, with police personnel numbers declining from nearly 20,000 officers in 2016 to 18,000 in 2022 and 12,000 at current times, despite a population increase of 11.8% over the same period, and therefore calls for the following urgent actions. 1, that SAPS immediately table and implement a comprehensive resourcing plan for the Western Cape's top 13 precincts, as already requested by the Acting Minister. And 2, that capable municipalities with a proven track record in implementing localized safety solutions be granted the powers and funding necessary to scale their efforts and assume a greater role in local law enforcement, and affirms that this House will not stand by while bureaucratic inaction continues to place the lives of innocent residents at risk. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
Object.
There is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honourable Member van Minnen.
Thank you, Madam House Chair. I move without notice that the House notes and welcomes the support expressed last week by the official opposition in a motion to the Western Cape Provincial Government. Further notes the call by the official opposition last week for urgent coordinated action from law enforcement, government departments and community structures to address the safety crisis facing the people of the Western Cape. And further notes their call for strengthening police strategies, improved intelligence operations, support for vulnerable communities, and preventative interventions. Acknowledges that much of this falls squarely within the mandate of SAPS and the national government, and therefore outside the constitutional mandate of the provincial government, and therefore welcomes the evident change of heart by the official opposition, as reflected in their motion last week, and urges the national ANC government to follow the lead of their provincial ANC counterparts by clearly supporting the call for devolution of certain policing powers to the Western Cape. I so thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, you are acutely aware that the question will be put to the House of which you can indicate your objection. Are there any objection to the motion being moved without notice? Thank you very much. There is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honourable Member Walters.
I'd like to move without notice that this House notes the recent visit by the Premier of the Western Cape to the United States of America, that the House further notes the recent visit of the Minister of Infrastructure to Brazil, further notes that these visits have the potential to yield tangible benefits for both the Western Cape and South Africa, and acknowledges that these visits underscores the constructive manner in which the Western Cape has worked closely with the national government to advance opportunities that contribute towards building a better South Africa, and resolves that the House look forward to receiving a full briefing on the visit in terms of Rule 146, in terms of executive statements of the standing rules of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honourable Member Mbombo.
Thank you, House Chair. I understand that the House notes the decisive action taken by the Western Cape Department of Mobility under the leadership of Minister Isaac Seleko in closing dangerous taxi routes where violent clashes occurred between rival associations, Codeta and Kata. Further notes that the Minister acted within his clear legal mandate as set out in the National Land Transport Act to prioritize the safety of commuters, and that despite Codeta's claims in court of financial loss, which is understandable, no official complaints have been received regarding commuters being stranded, robbed, or unable to reach work as alternative safe transport arrangements were swiftly implemented. Acknowledges the department's commitment to putting the lives and safety of commuters first, and commends the DA-led Western Cape government for standing firm against intimidation, ensuring that the rule of law and commuter safety remain paramount, and calls for the continued constructive dialogue between the department and all relevant stakeholders within the minibus taxi industry to find a long-term amicable solution, noting that the current route closures are a temporary measure. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Professor Mbombo. Are there any objections, members, to the motion being moved without notice? There's no objection. There's an objection. Member, please speak into the mic when you do object.
Object.
Thank you very much. There is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honourable Member Wessels. Order members.
Thank you very much, Chair. I move that the House notes the significant progress made by the Western Cape Department of Infrastructure on the 540 million rand upgrade of the Louis Fourie Road in Mossel Bay, the largest road infrastructure investment in the Garden Route district, which remains on track for completion in August 2026. Recognises that October is Transport Month, a time to reflect on the crucial role of road infrastructure in moving goods, supporting farmers, connecting communities, and enabling access to essential services. Highlights the DA-led Western Cape government's approach to infrastructure delivery, which ensures that roads are upgraded efficiently to boost economic activity, create employment opportunities, and strengthen local and emerging enterprises. Further notes that the strategic planning has allowed critical works such as dual carriageways, intersection upgrades, new bridges, and pedestrian facilities to progress while maintaining access for all road users and local businesses, and reaffirms the importance of sustained investment into infrastructure as a driver for economic growth, service delivery, and regional connectivity within the Western Cape. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honourable Member Wessels.
Thank you very much, Chair. I move that the House notes that access to basic services and housing is fundamental to a dignified life and acknowledges the strong track record of the DA-led Western Cape government in delivering these services over the past 2 decades. Further notes that between 2004 and 2024, the Western Cape achieved near universal access to electricity, which is over 90%, refuse removal over 95.2%, flush toilets 91.8%, and pipe water 83.5%, outpacing national averages by up to 31.5%. It further recognizes the continuing challenges in rural areas and informal settlements where aging infrastructure and insecure land tenure can lead to service disruptions, and commends the Department on Infrastructure for its progress in delivering 132,705 housing opportunities over the past decade, including 74,272 houses and 58,666 service sites. Acknowledges the pressures of the fiscal constraints, COVID-19 disruptions, and criminal interference in the construction sector, and welcomes the recovery signals of 48% rebound in service sites and the issuance of 6,515 title deeds in the 24-25 financial year. Further notes that the surging in housing demand, including a 14.6% provincial increase to 643,377 units and 490.6% increase in the Central Karoo, and encourages the Department of Infrastructure to continue implementing innovative, evidence-based solutions to meet the evolving population and economic needs. Finally, calls on all stakeholders to support and strengthen the momentum of service delivery and housing provision in the Western Cape to ensure that all residents can enjoy a dignified life in line with the DA's commitment to efficient, accountable, and responsible governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
Object.
There is an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. Honourable Members, Honourable Minister, is that a point of order?
House Chairperson, I rise on Rule 66.3, subsection A, dealing with operations of the House. It seems like the opposition is objecting to all DA motions for objection's sake, and I would just hate for this House to get to a point where everyone is now objecting simply because another political party brought the motion, because their motions are also coming up, and there might be very reasonable motions on this order paper that we would like to support as well. But if the ANC is going to act in this manner, then maybe we must act in this manner as well.
Thank you very
You are out
much,
of
Minister.
order,
That
ma'am.
is not a point of order. I think members are well within their right to object or to agree to a motion that is before the House. Order, honourable members, for the sake of progress, we are now at motion number 8, and I recognise the honourable member Syed.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. I move without notice on behalf of the ANC that this House notes the release of the report on the George building collapse by the Council for Built Environment and its partner entity, the Construction Industry Development Board, albeit 16 months after the tragedy, which claimed the lives of workers and caused untold suffering to their families. The House registers its concern at this undue delay, which undermines accountability, good governance, and more importantly, the humanitarian imperative of providing timely answers to grieving families. The House further notes with disappointment the lack of explanation on the legalities that allegedly prevented the contractor from being held accountable, and reiterates the view that treating the full forensic report as sensitive is an attempt to protect the guilty at the expense of the dignity and humanity of victims and their families. The House unequivocally supports the resolutions of the National Assembly Portfolio Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure on the 17th of December 2025, including that a multi-stakeholder meeting be convened with relevant departments and agencies to determine the root cause of the collapse, and that the continued absence of the National Minister of Public Works, the DA's Dean McPherson, from committee engagements be escalated to the office of the Speaker of the National Assembly. The House rejects the position of the National Minister that the forensic report contains sensitive information to be viewed in camera only, as this undermines transparency and accountability to the community of George and the families of the victims. The National Minister's attitude is no different to that of this provincial government, who seeks to protect the DA-led George municipality from any responsibility as the DA continues to play politics with the lives of people. Therefore, the House moves that the full report be released and discussed through a public process led jointly by the National Assembly Portfolio Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure at a suitably seized venue in George, and that the Premier of the Western Cape, within 10 days of this motion, provide the House, the George community, and the broader public with a full account of the actions taken to address the role of the George municipality as outlined in the NHBRC report tabled in April 2025 in failing to implement proper building checks and balances that could have prevented the disaster, while his government refuses to release the report on the investigation which this legislature approved funding for. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member Syed. I see the hand of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honourable Member Bosman.
Thank you very much, Honourable Presiding Officer. Chair, are you able to indicate whether I'm audible?
Yes, you are indeed.
Chairperson, I'd like to rise to object to the admissibility of the motion that the Leader of the Opposition just read into the record. In terms of Rule 148, read with Rule 159 of the Standing Rules, motion must concern itself with matters within the legislative authority of this House, not the legislative authority of another House, not the legislative authority of any other branch of the executive. In light of what was just read and in light of the ruling that was made by the Deputy Speaker at the start of the sitting, I feel that this is an abuse of parliamentary privileges, and I'd like us to hold off on putting that motion to the House until this has been ruled on by the presiding officers. I think it is a flagrant disregard for the Deputy Speaker as well as the Speakerage and the table staff by putting this motion in at this time. Member Syed, as the leader of the opposition, as a former chief whip of the opposition or deputy chief whip of the opposition, knows better. This motion is asking us to do something that
Thank you,
is
Chief
not
Whip. Can
within
you
our scope. Thank you
please
so much.
conclude?
I so move.
Thank you very much.
Chairperson.
Honorable Member Bosman, I have noted your concern in terms of the rule that you have cited, and based on the outcome relayed to the House by the Deputy Speaker this morning as well. Honorable members, I'm going to make a ruling in that regard, that we revert back at the next sitting of the House in terms of this specific motion based on the rule cited by the Chief Whip. Honorable Member Syed, on the same matter. What is your point of order, member?
Chair, in line with the ruling of the Deputy Speaker, the Deputy Speaker indicated clearly, and I even took copious notes of that. The Deputy Speaker indicated quite clearly that for this particular sitting, those motions that were submitted will be allowed to be read out, and they must either be objected to or supported. And that we will then go into another sitting. He will then rule. We will then have all these. We will then be assisted by the tabling staff, by the office of the Speaker when we submit. And the Honourable Chief Whip was present, so I don't know whether he was listening or not. Can we please move and stop with this frivolity? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member Syed. I have concurrence and confirmation by the table staff that that is indeed what the Deputy Speaker has relayed. For the sake of this sitting, I will now put the question to the House. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection, and the motion will be printed on the order paper. We move to motion number 9. I recognize the Honourable Syed.
That this House, in the spirit of South Africa's unwavering solidarity with the people of Palestine, calls on the South African government to demand the immediate release of all international activists, including residents of the Western Cape like Dr. Fatima Hendricks, detained by the criminal Israeli forces that include ANC MP or former ANC MP Mandla Mandela and the award-winning journalist Zukiswa Vanir. This House notes that Mandla Mandela had issued that Mandla Mandela had issued a plea for justice from aboard the vessel Alma, part of the global Sumud flotilla, before it was unlawfully intercepted while delivering life-saving humanitarian aid to the besieged people of the Gaza Strip. The House strongly condemns Israel's actions in international waters, which represent not only a violation of international law, but also an attack on global efforts to provide relief to a population facing genocide and collective punishment. While we positively note the statement by the Department of International Relations and Cooperation yesterday, calling for restraint, this House calls on our government to intensify its efforts and do everything necessary to secure the immediate release of all detained activists and to ensure that the global Sumud flotilla, with its entire South African contingent, including residents of the Western Cape, continues its journey unhindered to deliver much-needed aid to Gaza. Now is the time for South Africans to collectively push for the ending of all trade with apartheid Israel, including here in the Western Cape, and the closure of the Israeli embassy.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member Syed. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? I recognize the Honourable Minister Bartman. Is that
Chair, I raise in terms of section 66(3)(b), the member changed the motion and included extra information for the House to consider at the end of the motion, and therefore that should be inadmissible. If it does not seen as inadmissible, then we will use our other methods of objecting of motions without notice, because we cannot be putting motions that is different to what is on the actual paper.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I put then the question to the House. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. Order members. Order members. Order members, we will now move to motion number 10 in the name of the Honourable Member Ngensu. Please proceed, member.
I move without notice that the House notes with concern the prevalence of patriarch within the Democratic Alliance as reflected in the conduct of Ian Cameron, Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Police in the National Assembly, whose focus on Cape Town appears unrelated to addressing escalating violent crime, but rather undermines the authority of women leaders. The House condemns the behavior which diminishes Falminen, the chairperson of the Western Cape Standing Committee, MEC Murray, both constitutional mandated to lead and engage on safety and governance matters, unless women leadership are to be relegated to mere political ornaments. It is imperative that they are given full opportunity to exercise authority, engage with members of the provincial legislature, and participate meaningfully in the public discourse. The House, therefore, calls for recognition, respect, and amplification of women's leadership voice as a necessary step towards dismantling patriarch practices and promoting gender equality in governance. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
Object.
There is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. Order member. Are you done, members? Thank you very much. We proceed to motion number 11, Honourable Member Nkensu.
I move without notice that the House knows the large-scale coordinated search and seizure operation conducted by the South African Police Services Commercial Crime Investigation Unit on 30 September 2025, which targeted 26 addresses across Cape Town metropolitan area. We further note that this intervention followed information from whistleblower and preliminary investigation by both SAPS and the City of Cape Town municipality relating to contracts worth approximately 1.6 billion that are now under investigation for alleged fraud and corruption. This House is deeply concerned that the addresses raided include the residences of municipal officials, business premises, and locations linked to entities that were awarded lucrative contracts by the DA-led City of Cape Town municipality, confirming that corruption within the city is widespread and systematic. We commend the SAPS and all law enforcement stakeholders for their commitment to safeguarding public resources and for acting decisively to address corruption. This House condemns in the strongest terms possible the rampant corruption in the City of Cape Town and calls for all those implicated in this alleged looting of public funds to be held accountable without fear or favor. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? I hear an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honourable Nkontlo.
Thank you, House Chair. I move without notice that the House notes and welcomes the successful pro-Palestinian protest that took place in Cape Town on the 27th of September 2025 and applauds the organizers for their commitment, as well as commends the thousands of people who came out in their numbers to raise their voices in solidarity with the people of Palestine. Further recognize the courage and unity of all sectors of society who participated, standing against the ongoing occupation, apartheid, and ethnic cleansing being carried out in Gaza by the Zionist Israeli regime. laments the absence of the Democratic Alliance leadership and its members of the provincial legislature at this March. A shameful omission which clearly demonstrates that the DA is aligned with Israel's apartheid project. Their silence and absence show that they remain lapdogs of bloody, thirsty Zionists who are carrying out atrocities against the Palestinian people, and condemn in the strongest terms the DA's continued support for Israeli aggression and crimes against humanity. And we declare that both the party and the Western Cape government are complicit in the ongoing genocide in Gaza. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Nkonklo. Honorable members, let us please practice discipline. There is a call to when the question is put, you indicate your objection or not. Order, member, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honorable Member Lecker.
Thank you, House Chair. Am I audible?
Indeed, you are, member. Please
Thank you, House
proceed.
Chair. Thank you. I move that the House notes and expresses deep concern over the ongoing water shortages in the downtown informal settlement in Philippi, where installed taps often run dry during the day, forcing residents to collect water late at night or early in the morning. This situation has a severe impact on families, particularly children and vulnerable households. While noting that the City of Cape Town has deployed maintenance teams to address the problem, the House calls for urgent and sustained action to ensure water infrastructure is fully functional and accessible throughout the day. That the House further urges the city to improve communication with the affected communities, provide regular updates on water supply, and implement long-term solutions to prevent future shortages, including a comprehensive review of water systems in informal settlement across the Western Cape. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. Members, according to the time allocation, that then concludes motions without notice, and that concludes the business for the day. The Secretary will now close the online meeting and the House is adjourned.